still cannot contact her. Her phone is either off or out of range of cellular signal. Are you worried about her?
I mean, yesterday there was definitely something wrong. I saw it in Mizuki's Somnium. Where is his body? Frozen solid. I'm already tired of this, Aiba.
That's not like you. Is something wrong?
Shogo's estimated TOD was 2 days ago, 5 p.m. It's been more than 48 hours. But our investigation has made zero progress. Sorry. I just wanted to whine about it for a bit.
In 5 years, this is the first time I've heard you so dejected.
Come with me. To where you belong.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. An autonomous artificial intelligence birthed from collective nanotechnology. Its ability to think is controlled by a program we call the Wadjet system. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
This time is different. Where could Renju be?
I also wonder where he could have gone.
Ghost!
I have been here for several minutes now.
Could you not come out like that?
Why not?
If people see you, they'll freak out.
Do not worry. I can only be seen by you. I am sending this projection of myself directly to your brain.
Oh.
But returning to your answer, Why would people freak out if they saw me?
Isn't it obvious? A girl looking like you, dressed like that, sitting next to me? People would think I'm a pervert.
If you continue saying such things, I will self-destruct. An AI never lies.
So, you weren't kidding. What happens if you self-destruct in my eye socket?
Your skull would pop like a balloon. My body is full of cutting-edge technology and state secrets. In terms of hardware as well as software. I am capable of hacking 99.99% of computers that currently exist. What if someone managed to steal me? It would threaten not only the police force, but the existence of the state itself. My self-destruct function is designed to prevent such a scenario from ever occurring. Strictly speaking, I am not capable of self-destructing.
What do you mean?
I obey the 3 laws of robotics as laid down by Isaac Asimov. I cannot harm myself. However, a person with administrative authority could order me to self-destruct. You have such authority. Let us determine a code number. One that will activate the detonator. Command 412. If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. We need some kind of safety. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
Let's see. How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Understood. And one more thing. Even if I die, do not worry. I will not be gone.
Huh?
Everything that I see and hear is uploaded to the cloud. All by wireless communication in real time. Even if my body is destroyed, my backup data will not be lost. My memories, as well as my core programming, will be preserved.
So you're basically immortal.
Yes, as long as the server is alive.
Hey, about that 5-digit command. How did you come up with that number?
It is my favorite number. There is no particular meaning.
Really? About Shoko Nadami's murder. We still need to see the investigation through.
The only relevant lead is the call made to Shoko's phone.
Iba, is that number still turned off?
Please wait. Date, the line is connected.
Really?
Really?
Call it.
Isn't your number being blocked?
Try from a different line. You can do that, right?
I can. Which line would you like to use?
So this choice is very interesting. Now, I've been paying attention to everything she's been saying so far, such as the numbers, the dates, and the situations, but now this. Now, since I had my 4 suspects, and then now my 4 suspects have now become 2 suspects, the only thing that still stands to play, if now it says my home phone, then now the 2 suspects is still 3, which now put the whole idea of 4 suspects still into play. So I was never fully off with the 4th suspect being the crazy man, because he was just a random robber. That he was probably not random whatsoever at all. I mean, his face was probably random, but he could have been hired by someone. So the face of the unknown is still not known. And then I did say that the suspect of the unknown face could be the actual mother of Iris. So that's the face I gave to her. So, like I said, could be Iris and Ota, or Iris's mom, and then Iba. So those are the 3. So technically there's not a 4th anymore. The 4th has now become the 3rd. So to be honest with you, when I first started, I said Ota and Iris. Then I said Iba. And then I said, if I remember clearly, possibly being nobody else but those people. Ota and Iris together, and then Iba, and everybody else were interesting parties. But then the wife came into, or not the wife, but the mother came into play, and then she became a suspect. So she became the 3rd. And then Mr. Force was the invisible man that I didn't know of. I suspect to be Pewter. But then Pewter kind of went back into the interesting parties, but not suspect. And I feel the same way about the mother as well. Not enough evidence to show that she's a suspect. So I'm still down to 2, even though four possible people suspects are still in the air. But there are only really truly 2 suspects, and the other 2 are interesting parties. So if I call home, that's where the mother is. If I call Shoko, that's where the phone probably is, where the killer probably is, the 4th person. If I call Ibis, that's also where the 4th person probably is. Because if I call the Ibis line, I'll just get the general front desk line. But if I call Shogo's number, no one will pick up Shogo's number. If it's the killer that, if the phone rings, the killer's not going to answer the phone. See, because the number that was called from Mizuki was from an unknown number. Stated that it was from a payphone or something, or from a number that they couldn't identify. So obviously, it wouldn't be his home phone number, because it would be obvious he would remember his own phone number. But there are certain things that are going on that might be leading in the wrong direction. So I'm only going to call my own phone number, not because it's so blatant, obviously not my home phone number. I'm simply going to be calling my home phone number because I'm interested in the mother right now, even though I want to call the Ibis line to see who picks up. Because guess who I never suspected before? The boss. So apparently this guy had amnesia 6 years ago, and his eye was removed 6 years ago, and then suddenly out of the blue, the guy Pewter created this eyeball that so he could use and put in his eye. Could the boss have known about him messing with this invention before then? I don't know. I just find it suspicious that she came to comfort him and told him to join the police department, to help him out and so on and so forth. But these are all sugar-coated topping stuff, all there to blight your path. So if you have your 4 suspects, if you have your 2 suspects and your 2 interesting parties, those are the people that are the most suspicious, not the people that the game is throwing to you right now. Unless they were always there to begin with, in broad daylight, right in front of your face. So the fact that, let's say for the fact that the boss is the actual killer, the only thing that could be in broad daylight right in front of your face would probably be the fact that out of everyone, she's the only one wearing a red jacket, to emphasize that she's different from everybody else. Everyone is pretty much wearing plain old gray or black or so on and so forth. And then Pewter kind of dressed funny and stuff. But that doesn't make difference because Pewter just dressed differently. So the color that the clothes they're wearing is irrelevant. But if she is present at the location of time the crime happened, and she was present like 6 years ago with the department, I didn't realize that she was she was part of the department Ibis 6 years ago as well. So didn't know that. Thought she just became his boss there after those events. So now that seems to be very suspicious, but that's like the game throwing that to you to block your path. So I'm just gonna call the phone home, because if I call the Ibis line, the only person I'm gonna get is probably the front desk. So I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna call Ibis line. I think maybe I might get Pewter on the phone, but I highly doubt it. I might get the boss, and not even the boss, probably the front desk. And if I call my home, Mizuki's probably going to just pick up. And if the mother's there, or the woman that's staying with, obviously she's going to pick up. Shoko's phone, if I call Shoko's phone, I probably won't even get a signal. And if I say I'm from the cabaret club, that makes no sense. So I'm going to try my home first, see what happens. Because I'm interested in the mother, and I'm interested in the computer to see what's happening.
No answer.
Okay, so not what I was expecting. Thought Mizuki or the teacher, or the mother would pick up. I didn't think no one would answer at all from his home phone. And I don't remember at any point did the mother of Iris said she was taking Mizuki out somewhere, or Mizuki was at school or something. Well, but this is it's not evening time yet, so I'm assuming Mizuki and the teacher are at school. That's the reason why no one answered, because there's no one home. Ibis line, however, is a different story, so let me try that out.
No connection. I see. The caller did attempt to call Shoko's phone. If we call from that line...
Right, he might pick up.
But a normal call may yield the same results as before.
I have an idea. Do you remember what Shoko's voice sounded like?
Yes, I do. I remember everything that I see and hear.
Can you reproduce her voice?
Analyzing recorded audio data. Imitation should be possible.
This is so stupid.
Well then?
Like, the killer wouldn't know that Shoko's already dead, so why would he want to
Call with
imitate her
Shoko's
voice? That's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah,
Me?
Like, the killer doesn't know that this
you're
person
the
is
only one who
dead.
can.
Fine. I suppose we have no choice.
Are you sure you can handle this?
I am an artificial intelligence. Not a human prone to nervous breakdowns and mistakes like you.
All right, Hal, let's see what you can do.
It's connected. It's ringing.
I thought you said you didn't get nervous. Calm down. Deep breaths.
Wait a minute.
What?
I'm an AI. I don't take breaths.
Focus. They're gonna hang up.
Hello. This is Nadami Shoko.
Impossible. Shoko is dead.
Yes, I died 2 days ago.
Idiot, why did you say that?
Oh, by I meant my twin sister, Shoku.
Your twin sister?
His name. Get his name.
How?
And this is where this game goes down the toilet for me. Like the killer will actually pick up that phone, answer the phone, not knowing someone might be tracing it, and then surprised that someone is saying twin sister. I mean, the simple fact that he actually picked up the phone and answered rather than destroy it completely. Does that make any sense in a mystery game? I don't know what's going on, but this is way too obvious. Way too obvious. So I'm assuming the person on the other line has nothing to do with the killer whatsoever, because that's too stupid and too obvious. If it turns out it actually is the killer, the story, the mystery in this game is a 0 out of 10. Completely.
My sister has a package for you. Where should I deliver it?
Just send it to my office.
Where is your office?
What do you mean? Look it up. Do you even know who I am?
This isn't working. They're going to hang up.
Damn.
No, that is too suspicious.
Okay, let me think.
Is this Yamada?
No. This is...
Say it, say it.
Are you sure you have the right number? It can't be. How did you get Shoko's phone?
No good.
Quick, think of another plan.
Okay, so this is all too stupid. It's probably Shoko's father or something like that. That's on the other line. This is way too stupid for it to actually be the murderer. So I'm gonna dismiss that the person on the other line has anything to do with murder whatsoever. And thus, that Detective Sherlock Holmes Dante over here is not as sharp as the game wants you to think, or maybe the game is leading him to make you believe that, which is completely dumb.
You're an imposter!
I beg your pardon?
Don't act dumb. You sound completely different. How did you get that phone?
This is my phone.
Liar! You're impersonating him!
That's enough. I am So Sajima, the congressman.
A politician?
Sajima.
Sorry for doubting you.
It's fine. What were you calling me for?
Oh, sorry, something urgent just came up. I will call back later. Goodbye.
Why so?
Unknown. But that was definitely So Sajima. I was able to match his voice to public records of him speaking. In any case, that was an excellent performance, was it not?
Yeah, good job.
Okay, so who the hell is So Sajima? It's like now there's this random guy that's just thrown into the mix. Someone that has nothing to do with the story. Here's another example of another thing that they're throwing into the story to sideline you. Like So Sajima actually mattered. Like you calling that phone and them picking up the phone and answering the phone now make them a suspect. He's obviously not the killer. My four people, my two suspects and my two other interesting parties, those are the people who are the creepers. Those are the part. Iris is suspect number 1. Her and Ota. Iba here is suspect number 2, which puts Pewter in the running up because he created Iba. And then my third suspect is the mother of Iris. Mr. So Sajima has nothing to do with any of this. He's probably just a red herring or a scapegoat. That phone was probably given to him. So the whole phone thing was stupid because I called my home for no reason because the person I expected to be there isn't there. And I call Ibis, the person I expected to be there isn't there either, which makes it even more so now than ever before that those people that I thought are possibly the killers or the main suspects. So one more point to Iris, one more point to Ota, one more point to Iris's mother, who's now officially a suspect in my book after Mr. So Sajima Genius here, and then one more point to Pewter, who's now become a suspect once again because he didn't pick up the line at Ibis, or the line that going to Soko's phone wasn't connected towards Pewter, which I assume it was, which makes it even suspicious that neither the location I thought Pewter would pick up or location I thought Iris's mother would pick up, neither one of those were the ones I suspected, which makes them even more suspicious now. Not Mr. Soshidima here, who's basically a little apple bobbing in front of the horse. I don't think so. It's too obvious, too clean, and too stupid of a thing for anyone to do, especially for Date to believe this. Which I'm starting to believe that Date is not a good detective in the slightest. He's just like this stupid version of Sherlock Holmes, designed specifically to guide you along the path, to guide the people who are playing the game, and to inform them by exposition as they're playing the game. So his intelligence as a detective is half-assed, but the people who made the game made it that way so he could be the exposition person based on events. Because if he did the Sherlock Holmes thing, then he would be like a real detective. But he's pretty much in the game to be exposition, not so much a detective. So let's continue on the story. Kind of disappointing, to be honest with you. And the game keeps sidelining me with other people just to throw me off the scent. But it's kind of obvious. What's not obvious is that I didn't know Boss was a person that was with Ibis like 6 years ago, and that Boss found him and brought him back to Ibis. I didn't know that, so now the Boss is an interesting party, not a suspect, an interesting party. Pewter and the mother are now suspects, along with Iris and Iba here. But now I have now I have another interesting party. So I have 4 suspects now and 1 interesting party, which is weird because I started off with just 2 suspects and 2 interesting parties. Now those 4 interesting parties have now become 2 interesting parties have now become suspects. So in total I have 4, and now I have the Boss, which is now an interesting party, which makes more logical sense why I would have her as an interesting party, because she was there from the very beginning of the game, and now I found out that she was there 6 years ago as well. I didn't put 2 and 2 together because there was nothing in the game that showed that the Boss was there 6 years ago until our little drive here. So who knows what's going on. But now Boss is in the runner-up position for being interesting parties, and could possibly be a suspect. I highly doubt it, but that's the same thing I said with regards to Pewter and regards to Iris's mother. Now they're both suspects, along with Iris and Ota. But I know for a fact that Ota is just, the scapegoat that Iris is probably using. But he's still an accomplice, so it doesn't matter. Let's continue the story.
Is that all?
What? Do you want me to pat you on the head?
No! Nothing like that. Stop! It tickles!
Rub, rub, rub.
Stop! The nerve might break! Date! A call from Investigation HQ.
Connect me.
Is this Special Agent Date from Abyss? My name is Akaska from HQ. I'm investigating the Shoko Nadami case. There's something that you need to hear. Give it a listen. Who is this?
In here, I'm no... And you'll take their eye while they're still alive. There will be more bodies. If you want to stop this serial killer, I suggest you take my offer. I'll be seeing you.
Do you think it really is just a prank?
Well, to be sure, look into number 89.
Roger that.
But for now...
So, Sajima.
Obviously what he's trying to do. Now here's the thing. If President 89 is who I think it is, Mr. Robbery here that tried to kill the woman with the arm, then the only link that it has towards being the serial killer is that now the mother is more suspicious. But the prisoner said that the person is a he, not a she, which means it's a male. And he probably saw this person. Or the killer doesn't know shit. And the real serial killer is paying him off. And they're working together. Which is more than likely because this game is all about sugar-coated topping you. So, yeah. Yoko and with Iris's mom. Iris's mom probably had something with Peter. Home invasion happened. Bam. She got shot in the arm. Dude probably got arrested one day, thrown in prison. Mr. Peter probably called him. I'll help you out, but I need you to distract the situation by pretending like you know who the killer is. You won't know who the killer is, but I will help you to get out of prison by leading these dumbass detectives on a wild goose chase. Because they're going to suspect that you were the person, you're associated with the person from 6 years ago, so on and so forth, because eventually the cops are going to find out that you were the same person that invaded her house from 6 years ago. And if you know who the killer is, then the person was with you to help you to do the home invasion. Which is more than likely what they're going to do. Or they're going to lead the police on in order to say it that way. But no, it's not fooling me in the slightest. I know exactly who or possibly the killers are. Pewter, Iris's mom, Iris herself, and using Ota. My main suspect is always going to be Aset. I'm not fooled by her whatsoever. She's probably using the whole situation with her, what happened with her mother, and using Mr. Pewter as well. Or it's vice versa, Mr. Pewter is using Aset and the mom. So the main people are in this huge triangle. Aset, Pewter, Iris's mom. Those are the three main people. And the fourth are obviously going to be Iba. because Pewter created Aiba. This Mr. Shoko Nadami that popped out of nowhere, like what his name? Sho Shijima? He popped out of nowhere. Who the hell is Sho Shijima? He's a politician. Really. And now this prisoner 89, pop out of nowhere, all of a sudden, all sugar-coated toppings. It's not fooling me in the side. It's throwing me a prisoner now and now a politician. I'm not fooled by any of this.
You can't be here without permission. I'll call the police! What happened? Sir. A police officer. You.
Can I help you?
I need to ask you a few questions.
I'm a very busy man. You can ask me tomorrow during normal business hours.
It's about Shoko Nadami. You can't tell me you've never heard of her.
As a matter of fact, I have. It was reported on the news that she was killed.
2 days ago at 9:02 p.m., you made a phone call to Shoko Nadami.
A phone call? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
And like I said before, I'm starting to think that Mr. Date here is a genius, man. Like, he's just there to give exposition to you, to who's watching or playing the game. And you're the actual detective. Date is not the detective in the game. He's done nothing to detective. He's just there to present you the case. He's like a lawyer. He's presenting you the case. Like, you have to be the detective. He's not a detective. Date's not a detective. The game just says he is. You're the actual detective. I'm gonna pretend like Date does not exist.
So much blood. Where's all this red coming from?
It's a thermograph.
Yeah, I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he's lying. How do I get him to admit it?
Even if this guy was lying, it doesn't even matter. Mr. Genius Date here is not there to actually be detective. He's just there to do exposition. It doesn't even matter because I already know what's going on. Well, I don't know what's going on, otherwise I'll be a psychic. But I kind of know that everything that's been thrown to me now is sugar-coated toppings, just like the other stuff before. So let's see.
I'll give you 1 million yen for the truth.
Only 1 million.
Only?
That's the kind of world he lives in.
Aiba, call his phone again. Using Shoko's line.
Understood.
You're not gonna pick it up? It's from Shoko. I had her give you a call.
What?
It'll stop ringing soon. 3, 2, 1. See?
Fine. I did call her. Around 9 o'clock, just like you said.
Finally confessing?
There's nothing to confess. I did nothing wrong.
Then why did you lie to me?
Because I didn't want to get involved in all of this nonsense. You mean to tell me that I am a suspect? My call was after Shoko died. If I were the killer, why would I do that?
I don't know, but I'm asking the questions.
Do you have a warrant? I thought not. I'll be leaving now. Good night, Detective.
Go home. Unless you want to get kicked out.
Yeah, that's a logical response. Bodyguards don't give a shit if you're cops or not. If they're hired to do a job, they're basically mercenaries. They will shoot a cop if they have to, and if they're taken to courts or to prison, they will get off. Why? Because it's their job to protect whoever it is they're hired to do. So the law says they could do that. So if a cop decides to do something knowing well what a bodyguard does, that's the cop's fault for being the dumbass. So let's see what the bodyguard's going to say. Why would he ask the guard and have a burner phone? The guard doesn't give a damn. Why is he asking a guy that does protection detail about Sho and Shoko? Think he gives a damn? No. A protection detail guy doesn't give a damn. I'll prove it. Watch.
I don't know. Even if I did, it would be confidential.
There you go. The guy doing protection doesn't give a shit. And he wouldn't tell you anyway. About Sho's alibi. These are all dumbass questions, to be honest with you. Dudes that are there to protect their boss will never tell you anything. Unless they have a relationship with something. Or something to lose. Why would Sho have a burner phone? They don't care if he has a burner phone. It's not their job to care about Sho's alibi. They might care about Sho's alibi because it'll get them in trouble if they lie. So let's see.
Do you know where So was Friday at 5 p.m.?
Here, in the mansion.
Can anyone corroborate that?
Maybe the housekeeper.
See, he's willing to answer that. Because that could get him in trouble if he tells a lie. They don't care that Shows has a burner phone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. So everything I thought that they would say, they said. Everything I thought that they wouldn't say, they wouldn't say. Because they're guards. They don't care about things that are relevant. They only care about things that will get them in trouble. This game is kind of simple if you think about it. That's why I don't think I'm going to give this game a high rating. But then again, there might be something else going on. So let's check out the mansion. The game might pull me back if it actually has some type of intelligence to it. But then again, this game was probably made for everybody. It was probably made for people who like to investigate. Not saying I'm intelligent or intelligent or anything. I'm just saying that the most logical of things are the most obvious. Because they're supposed to be logical. It's like math. Math is math. It's obvious.
Look, Date, your favorite cabaret girl is here.
That's just a lantern. Rika isn't that sturdy.
I've heard of her, but I've never met her. I saw her on the news. No, nothing special. Not any different from any other politician, anyway.
Date, a minute.
What happened?
So is on the move. Most likely in a car.
How do you know?
I hacked So's smartphone and am currently tracking the GPS. Not his rental phone, the one registered under his name.
Where's he headed?
Unknown. Somewhere to the east.
Keep tracking him.
Roger that.
What was So doing here?
Date, my apologies.
What's wrong?
My battery is low.
Are you serious?
I'll be very surprised if So has anything to do with any of this. I'll be very surprised. I doubt it, but I'll be surprised. Because that'll just mean that they're throwing a random dude into the game in order to add him on top of the I'm going to be used by the actual killer. Because that's the only reason why So would be here, to be used by the killer, not that he is the killer. And if So actually turns out to be the killer, be like, okay, so I didn't see that coming, because guess what? So was literally presented in this very episode right now. He wasn't at the beginning of the game. There was nothing connected to him. He just literally popped up out of nowhere in this section of the game, like just like that. So I can't say, oh, you were wrong about So being the killer and So is a real killer. I'd be like, yeah, because he just showed up just now. So you can't, there's nothing to figure out because he just popped up just now. But I doubt it. I doubt he is 100%. It's the sugar coating topping effect, trying to blind you from the truth.
This is... It can't be. Iris. Iba, what's your charge?
Currently at 2%.
Can you make a call?
I can. I am connected to the power supply. What do you...
Hurry. Just connect me to boss.
Date, what's wrong?
I found a body.
What?
She was murdered. Multiple stab wounds to the back, and one eye missing.
Oh no.
Location is Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. The victim is Iris Sagan.
Iris?
I'll tell you more later. Just send CSI to the scene right... And one more thing. Congressman So Sajima. Bring him to Abyss.
Wait a minute, why?
I'll take responsibility for everything. Just do it, please.
Okay, so interesting little turn of events. Guess what? I wouldn't say that that's not Iris. What I would say is that Iris, if that really is Iris, check please 1 off the 4. I said there were 4 suspects. Iris being dead has just been checked off, which now leaves Pewter, which now leaves Iba, and which now leaves the mother, Iris's mom. So this is why you have suspects. You can never say that this person is the killer. You have 4 people to I have 4 people to line up as the possible killer. You never say one person is the killer, because if you turn out to be wrong, then you look like an idiot. That's why you have multiple people that possibly killers, so that if events like this pop up out of nowhere, and there was obviously things to show that she could be killed, but here's the thing. It was a premonition in the girl's head, in Mizuki's head, to show Iris is going to die. But that's just something that he saw within a dream of another girl's head. There's no way that could be possible that will happen, that something like that would happen, unless premonitions does happen. And premonition can only happen if the technology allows for such things, to see such things happen before they happen. Which puts Mr. Pewter in the center limelight, and puts Iba in the center limelight. Not so much the mom. But then again, I'm not stupid either. I'm not gonna confirm that Iris is dead until I know that it's actually Iris that's dead. Because for all I know, Iris could probably be a robot. All you know, all of a sudden, this game will throw robots at you. Oh, Iris was never alive. Iris is a robot. Like some crazy shit from out of nowhere. So let's see what's going on. But my suspect list is still inactive. Iris has just been checked off temporarily. I don't really think she's dead, but if she's dead, she's fully checked off. But for now, she's checked off temporarily. Pewter, the mom, and Iba are still in full throttle. Iris is just checked off temporarily, which means she's in ghost form. I will log her as 100% dead until I see like a DNA or something that shows that she's actually dead.
All right.
And remember how she kept saying that how she could see that she was going to die and everything, and joking about it? Like, how would she know that? Did she dream about it just like Date did?
Because sometime real soon, I'm going to die.
Yeah, how would she know that? How would she know that she was going to die? Unless she has like a little premonition. Or she was using the same type of technology Date did. Or she met Mr. Pewter there. Kind of dreamscape. And let's not forget, Date was attacked 6 years ago, lost his mind, and his left eye was removed. Coincidence? I don't think so. A person does not just dream that they're going to die, or people just don't dream and have premonitions that other people are going to die, or so on and so forth, unless there's something influence that to become a reality. And unless you're doing pure fan fiction, then you could go with premonitions. But there's nothing in this game that's associated towards theologian belief that God or summoning or faith has anything to do in this game whatsoever. is pure science fiction in this game, as well as mystery. Nothing about any of that stuff except words that Iris used, such as gods and stuff. That's it. But there's nothing that was actually physically shown, except something that's linking that, and that's the technology that Peter used. That's all. There's no angels or no God, and none of that was present in here. And premonitions don't just happen, because if this game is truly about premonition, seeing the future, then this is simply has something to do more than just with science. This has to do with science messing with the mind, allowing it to be psychic, to look into the future, which now still puts Peter in the center of everything, as well as Iris, as well as Ota, as well as Iris's mother. So he obviously knew Iris. Iris' mother obviously knows Peter. Ota obviously knows Peter. Who else knows Peter? The boss knows Peter. And now the boss is an interesting party to possibly being a suspect as well, because she was there as well 6 years ago. But I don't think if it's Pewter, then I'm satisfied, because I kind of knew it was going Pewter's direction. But if it's not Pewter, it turned out to be Acid, and this whole little charade is a pretend, then I'm also fine with that. But if it turned out to be someone random like Sojima, or some murderer in a prison, or Asad's mom, Iris, I mean, like, come on, man. They're way too obvious. They're way too obvious. Pewter is not that obvious. The boss is not that obvious. Ota is not that obvious. Sojima is obvious. Iris's mom is obvious.
Do you honestly think you can get away with this?
Renju, his friend, is obvious. Hell, you know what's also obvious? Is if it turned out that Shoko Nadami, who died from that wound to her eye and stabbed and then put on the horse, was killed by her twin sister, and so craziness like that pop out of nowhere. This game is going all over the place, to be honest with you.
Funny, I was gonna ask you the same thing.
Date, calm down.
You know Iris Sagan, don't you?
No, I don't. I've never heard of her.
Okay, so here's where you have to be a detective, like a real detective now. This guy obviously went into the warehouse, the obvious warehouse where Iris's body was seen. You telling me he didn't go towards what was on the table, or he didn't know anything about what was on the table? There's a lot of weirdy stuff going on here, and next thing out of the blue, the game is going to tell you that he had a headache and he doesn't know how he got into the warehouse. It's going to throw you some type of nonsense like that. Because crazy stuff happens in games where they're trying to pull you away from what's really going on. But once you get your 4 suspects, you keep your 4 suspects. Or once you have suspects and you believe those suspects, you hold on to those 4 suspects until situations allow for them to be X'd out. Like Iris now being dead, you can now cross that off. Or at least temporarily cross that off. So, Mr. Sojima, I want to see if your mind was mentally being manipulated, or you're pretending to lie, or you were summoned there to lead Mr. Genius Detective here, Date, who's not really that smart. As if it's not obvious that the actual killer probably led this dude into this warehouse just to fool Date. Like the killer doesn't know that Date would probably follow Sojima. Iris autopsy. Why would he care about Iris autopsy report? if I show him Iris's body cut up and stuff, he would still pretend like he didn't care. Iris' time of death. Why would he give a damn about Iris' time of death? Unless it would shake him up a little. Because if he knew about the actual time of death, he might try to pretend or do something irrational on his body movement. Great investigation when it comes to mystery is to pay attention to body movements, how a person behaves, so on and so forth. If a person doesn't care, you will know that person doesn't care. But if a person is good at pretending, you won't be able to tell. Where Iris was found. Oh, that's obvious. Anyone could fake that one. Visitor at 2 a.m. Visitor at 2 a.m. I don't know about that. What's a visitor at 2 a.m.? Oh, wait a minute. No. He called 2 a.m. We already went over that, I believe. Iris's picture. Let me just show him the picture first, and then show him the body. Oh, wait a minute. If I show him the body first, he won't be able to see the face or anything or identify it. But if I show him the picture first, it doesn't really matter. He will pretend regardless. So leaving the warehouse. Let me ask about the warehouse first. I don't think he'll care about any of those other questions. I want to find out why he's lying about being in a warehouse. Maybe he's going to give us a I had a headache situation, or someone called me into the warehouse situation.
I saw So walking out of the cold storage warehouse where the corpse was discovered.
Oh, this is Dante talking. So, okay, he's going over the facts. Thought he would ask him these questions.
Iva recorded the whole thing.
Just before my battery ran out.
Oh, okay. So he's saying this to himself and showing the person, and the information isn't relevant by showing it. So leaving the warehouse isn't relevant. How so? Because he left the warehouse? No, it's not that. How would not leaving the warehouse be relevant? Wait, let me see. What he's saying before the video, I've recorded. Well, I guess in some ways it's not relative to her death, him leaving the warehouse, because you cannot prove that he actually killed her just because he left the warehouse. But it is somewhat relevant. He was in the damn warehouse where the body was found. That's kind of stupid. Iris's picture. Let's see what Dante has to
This is
say.
the image stored in the Persons of Interest database.
Let me show the picture. Put a picture in front of Iris, in front of So what? So it's going to just say I don't. Before? He's just going to say no, I don't know her.
I have not.
See?
Have you seen her corpse?
He's going to say I didn't know.
Corpse? I know you've seen her body.
Based on what?
Yeah, like anyone who's a suspect or something and being identified that something was here is going to actually tell you, yeah, I saw the corpse. Great. Alright. So he's going to deny that, obviously. Visitor at 2 a.m. Let me see what
Iris
that is
was
saying.
live streaming until 2 a.m. today.
Okay.
Someone visited her and interrupted the stream. I hadn't been in contact with her for a while. Whoever visited her this morning almost certainly has something to do with the murder.
Oh, is that so? So you think Mr. Sto Shijima just walked into the place and, hey, Iris, stop your streaming so you could come with me. And she was upset. Doubt it. You know why I doubt it? Because people are paranoid that way. If a person is an actual killer, they're not just going to walk into your house like that without assuming that you have cameras all over your place, not just streaming. Yeah, it's not relevant. Where Iris was found. This is dumb, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
Iris's body was discovered at Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse in the warehouse district by the harbor.
Okiura Fishery?
That caught my eye too, but we'll get to that later. The actual murder site is unknown. The lack of blood at the scene makes it highly likely that she was killed somewhere else. Iris's body was found frozen in the warehouse. Her right eye was removed and she suffered multiple stab wounds to her back. There were no other visible wounds on her body, so the stab wounds were likely the cause of death. The size and shape of the marks, the murder weapon is almost definitely a knife, possibly a kitchen knife.
Okay, so now I could 100% say Iris is dead. Because if they've done an autopsy, that means they've done an autopsy to a real person, which is no duh. But I had to make sure the game state that an autopsy was done first before I jump to a conclusion and say, okay, it's actually robot or some craziness like that. So Iris is dead, and they have identified it as Iris. I'll be surprised at the end of the game it turns out that Iris was a robot of Iris killed her. Some weird, crazy stuff like that. Another interesting thing with regards to the game is everyone had their left eye removed, but Iris has her right eye removed. The killer decided to take out her right eye. From Date to Shoko, everyone's left eye has been a factor in the game. Iris is the only one that's had her right eye. Why is that? Well, you need a right eye and a left eye to see, obviously. You can't just use one eye, but then that means she's connected to the left eye. The left and the right. Your left arm, right arm, left feet, right feet. Can't move without both. Well, you can see without one. It's best to see with both. So twins are in some cases. Two pair of eyes. Left and right. Interesting. I swear to everything. If it turns out that there are twins in this game, and twins come out of nowhere, I'll blow a gasket. Some craziness out of nowhere, like it's aliens that killed her or something like that. Not it. Yeah, of course it's not it. Wouldn't care about no autopsy. Time of death.
Iris's body was frozen when I discovered it. It must have taken at least 18 hours for the body to freeze to that state.
18 hours, huh? So from the time she finished streaming to the time that the person killed her, took 18 hours. So what was Mr. Genius Date doing the whole time? I would have to rewind back all my videos to see what he was doing the whole time. Well, let's see. He was in that place with Mizuki, doing his brain thing, trying to get Mizuki to talk. to find out who the killer was. Then he visited the mom at the home. Well, the mom visited Mizuki at where Dante's place was, while Mizuki was doing some bench presses with probably toy weights. Yeah, during that period, that's what was going on. So the mom kind of seemed like she's clear for right now, and Mr. Pewter seems like he's kind of clear for right now, because they were all present at the same location during that 18-hour period, unless those days when those things were happening do not factor in. The 18 hours were something much earlier. So let's see, Pewter's safe for right now. The mom is safe for right now, unless no, it wasn't night. Yeah, it wasn't night when she visited. Yeah, so the mom is safe, Pewter is safe. Iva's the only one that's suspicious, which still makes Pewter suspicious. Well, but the boss was there too, no, so boss is not suspicious. Renju is the only one that's suspicious. The one that's obviously not the killer is the one that's the most suspicious. But here's the thing: if Renji had showed up to her room to tell her, "Hey, man, come with me," you think she would just be upset and peace out? Maybe so, because that's her dad. But like I said, don't think so. Too obvious. So Iris, Ota, Pewter, and Iris's mom, still the main four suspects, and then somewhat the boss is now involved as an interesting party, not suspect. So now it's switched from Iris now, or Aset, however you want to call her, to Ota now. So Ota has now replaced Iris as the interesting. But it's weird because Ota seems like a complete, douchebag and pervert, but nah, he's too the used type, not the person doing the used. Yeah, Pewter is still the one. Still a person. If it wasn't Aset, it was Pewter. That was my mindset from the beginning. And if it's not Pewter, then it goes in a triangle. If it doesn't go from Aset, it goes to Pewter. And if it doesn't go from Pewter, it goes to the mom. I would really lose it if I found out if it's aliens, or if it's, a twin sister, or if it's actually the mom, Iris's mom, because they're all so obvious. They're also obvious to be the killer.
I entered the warehouse at 9 p.m. 18 hours prior to that was 3 a.m. Iris was last seen alive around 2 a.m. She was live streaming, so there's no doubt about the time, meaning Iris must have been murdered between 2 and 3 in the morning.
Wait, let me go over that again. What did he say? Iris was killed sometime in the early morning between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Oh, wait a minute. So I'm thinking afternoon. I'm not paying attention. It's not 2 in the afternoon to 3 in the afternoon. It's 2 a.m. That's early morning. So 2. Oh, so Mr. Pewter is not in the clear, and the boss is not in the clear, and the mother is not in the clear. All 4 of them are still suspects. Oh, so I'm happy now, because I was going down the Ota direction when I didn't need to go down the Ota direction. It was still present, so they're all still guilty. Okay, so let me show. Wrong. Yeah, I know. This is wrong. He doesn't care about autopsy. He doesn't care about their time of death. Only thing he cares about are specific things. He doesn't care about the warehouse. He somewhat cares about Iris's picture, but he doesn't care about that either. At 2 a.m. he might care about it. Why would he care that she's streaming at 2 a.m.? He wouldn't care about that either. Unless it's going to affect him in some ways, make him flinch a little. His body's going to move. So let's see how his body behaves if I show him. Nothing happened. Wait a minute, I just went over all this and none of them are matching up. I went over autopsy. Let's calm down and think through this anger. Wait. Would it let me... Wait. Dante, stop being a moron. Which one was this? Are you serious? You're not gonna let me, like, check out the one that was here so I could connect them together? Oh, for crying out loud. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do my own detective work because the game decides to take what was relevant here, put it over here, but now I can't go over to remember what it was. Alright, so he doesn't care about autopsy. He doesn't care about time of death. He doesn't care about the streaming. He doesn't care about Iris's picture. He doesn't care about this either, leaving the warehouse. But short-term memory. Fine. I'll go with picture again. This is irrelevant. Yep. Because I already showed him the picture. Just like this is irrelevant too. What?
Iris's body was found in Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse.
What kind of crap is this? Like, wait a minute. What's going on with this game? I know you're supposed to match up certain things, but I selected that before at the beginning. So is this game trying to tell me that I have to put it in the order that it's actually giving it to me? That I can't put the warehouse first and then the other one after? It has to be that one first and the warehouse after. Does it really matter how you show it to him? Which way? It really doesn't. You could show up to him both at the same time or both individually, it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's keep continuing. I'll continue.
What does that have to do with anything?
This. Iba, play the video.
Right away.
I see. Then I suppose you know I was there.
Then you saw the body.
I didn't. I was at the warehouse. But I didn't see any corpses there.
Don't lie to me!
It's the truth.
Then what were you doing there?
I choose to remain silent.
You what?
Remain silent. As is my right, guaranteed by law. Remember that I am a politician. I know my rights.
Date, can I get a second?
What?
Does it matter if he saw the body or not in this case? He's a busy man. If we hold him here too long...
You want me to stop beating around the bush?
I certainly do. You believe that Sosajima is her killer. Or is at the very least involved in the crime somehow.
Yeah.
Why not ask him for his alibi first?
And that's why it's called exposition. Date is not there to be a detective. He's simply there to be exposition. I mean, the game is trying to play you figuring it out before it actually gives you the answer. So you got to figure it out, and then it gives you the answer thereafter. You can't, I mean, how I say this game is average, if it was good, you would make the detective Dante make the decisions, but it doesn't do that. That's why this is an average, like, mystery game, in my opinion. So let's make him admit his alibi, since that's what we got to do anyway. It doesn't really matter what I choose. Actually, you know what? Maybe it does, just a little. Let's see. His alibi. One, he didn't care about Iris's pictures before. That has nothing to do with his alibi. That could be a picture from any day, any time. So what? He doesn't care. So leaving the warehouse has nothing to do with his alibi. He doesn't know. He doesn't care. I plead the fifth. Where Iris was found. That could get him in trouble because he was found at the scene of the crime. Well, there's no could about it. He is found at the scene of the crime. Iris, time of death, doesn't care about that. And even if he did care about it, it wouldn't matter to him in the slightest. It wouldn't affect his alibi either, unless her time of death was around the time he was doing whatever he was doing. Iris' autopsy report has nothing to do with it. Where Iris was found has nothing to do with it, unless the warehouse he is located, he was going into is a district location for where he does business on a regular, and his alibi is every now and again to go to that warehouse. You know what'll be funny? It'll be funny if he goes to that warehouse to do fishing or something like that, some craziness. And the killer just happened to follow this guy around and mess with his daily life and what he does on the regular, and decide to set him up. Well, I just go in there to get my bass fishing stuff, and now he's a suspect in the killer. So let's see where Iris was found. So that's one. Time of death is another. Visitor at 2 a.m. That's another. So let's try visitor at 2 a.m. Not that it matters, because it doesn't. But I want to see if this has anything to do with Renju. That's what I'm interested in. Not so much Soja. I mean Soul. I keep saying Soja. So yeah. Let's show him. This isn't exactly relevant. Of course it isn't. But it is interesting. No duh. Yes, it's not relevant to him because there's nothing to prove that he was there. But it's very interesting. Yes, indeed. Picture, not relevant. Warehouse, it said it wasn't relevant, but he did walk out of the warehouse. Leaving the warehouse isn't relevant. Going into the warehouse where the body is relevant. Well, both are relevant. Well, let me see. Let me be 100% careful. So when Date went in, he saw the body in there, and he saw the person leaving, and he saw the body in there. So him entering the building where the body was in doesn't necessarily mean the body was in there when he entered it. Doesn't necessarily mean the body was there when he exited either. But it's most likely that when he exited, it would probably be there. The time duration between entering and leaving are two different things. So this is somewhat relevant, even though the game says it's not. Somewhat, not completely. So time of death is probably the most relevant one. And where she was found is also relevant. But if it says that where she was found is irrelevant, I would understand. Yeah, he probably owns the business. Of course, she was killed somewhere else, just like Shoko Danarbi. Let me show him this. This probably doesn't matter. Yep, this doesn't matter. Where she was found and when he was leaving doesn't really matter. Probably the time of death is the most likely one. I'll be surprised if it is not the most likely one. So this one is interesting and this is interesting. The autopsy isn't relevant, but this is probably the most relevant.
Iris was killed sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. Do you have an alibi for that time?
I was playing Mahjong all night. At a place called Dora Dora in Shinjuku.
Politician spending all night in a mahjong parlor.
An exclusive Mahjong parlor, yes.
If it's mahjong, you should have had 3 opponents with you.
Indeed I did. But they were all strangers. I don't remember their names.
Date, I did some research. Dora Dora is a private room mahjong parlor. It is owned and operated by one individual.
If the rooms are private, that limits the number of potential witnesses. The shopkeeper might be in So's pocket. He's the only one we could ask about So's alibi. Especially if he doesn't remember any of the 3 people he played against.
He might as well not have an alibi.
That's not much of an alibi, So.
Please, this is ridiculous.
You know what else is ridiculous? Everything that they're just saying, which is true, not much of an alibi, well, the killer knows that as well. As easy as the cop just figured it out, or so-called detective figured it out, and saying this to So right here, guess who else knows that? The killer. Guarantee the killer was one of the other 3 people that was in there. Or at least understands that it'll be hard for him to classify as an alibi if it's private and it's off limits, and if he is paying out the guy. So the killer probably knows that as well. What I'm interested in is, why would a killer care about someone like this politician, random politician, simply because this random politician called Shoko Nadami? Like, what's his relation to Shoko Nadami? The game hasn't told you yet. It just said he called Shoko Nadami. Why? Is he her hubby or ex-lover, or does she owe him money? You know, remember, the whole Yakuza thing is involved as well. Did she go to him to try to bail her out of her situation with Yakuza? That's the most likely case to me. And guess what? Mr. Killer, who's probably the terrible person, probably want to set the Yakuza, him, and Shoko and all of them, pit fights against each other, including the cops, to all kill each other off, while he sit back nice and comfy, drinking lattes. So, yep, that's what's going on. I'm not fooled by what's going on in this game. My suspects are still my suspects.
First you suspect me in the matter of Shoko Nadami, and now this? I haven't killed anyone. Not Shoko, not Iris. Besides, if I stabbed a woman, why would I bring her to a cold storage warehouse?
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, it kind of goofed. But at least he didn't goof that badly. Like, if I stab a woman, why would I bring her to a cold storage warehouse? Yeah, why indeed? Continue blabbering. If I stabbed a woman, wait a minute, is this game retarded? Did he not just tell her that Iris was killed and stabbed? Or am I losing my mind and he never brought up the word he was killed and stabbed? So I'm pretty sure that he showed her the picture, and I'm pretty sure that I showed autopsy to him and says it's not relevant. So is this game going crazy or something? So it does know about the corpse. I think this game is losing its own mind. Either that or I'm losing it trying to understand the logic of this game. Like, I showed him all this stuff. And in each one of those cases, it shows not relevant, not relevant, not relevant, not relevant, not relevant. He was showing all of this. So the game is either going according to mathematical logic, according to the rules of the game, and doesn't understand that I actually already showed him these things, which means the game is kind of dumb in a way. Whoever created it didn't think about that. Yeah, so let's play according to the math of the game then. And showed him the autopsy report again. Apparently, every time he said, slipped and goofed about, if I stabbed a woman, why would I bring her? So now I gotta show him autopsy. Maybe autopsy is relevant now. Let's see.
I never mentioned Iris's cause of death.
Did he or did he not? Maybe I messed up. Maybe I didn't pay attention to him talking about Iris' cause of death. But it doesn't matter if he mentioned it or not. I showed the dude the damn picture. I showed her name. I showed him the autopsy. I showed him the pictures. So, do I need to wait for Date to actually say things? This is dumb. Alright, let's continue.
How do you know she was stabbed? Because you did it? Don't be stupid. Then how do you know? Stop dodging the question and answer. Boss, give me permission to sync. He can't hide inside his own head.
You've got it. Sync with him.
This game is kind of retarded. I don't mean as retarded as in from the point of view of the people talking. It's true what's going on. The exposition is correct, but it's kind of retarded with regards to the fact that you interacted with the game and did certain things, and like the game forgot that you did it or doesn't care that you did it. Or you have to follow a specific mathematical order when it comes to doing certain things, which is kind of stupid, which has nothing to do with mystery. Well, kind of. When you're doing mystery, you have to do math. And you have to do organization. But still, if I already did something, I already did it. There's no need for the game to actually say, I don't remember saying something if I already did it.
Did you witness my superior driving technique?
Yeah, I saw you get in an accident.
No! I only pressed the wrong pedal!
That's what you call an accident.
Oh, look at that!
Don't change the subject.
Observe the surroundings.
Huh. In a word, I'd say it's strange. Maybe this is So's corrupt nature manifesting itself.
The man Somnium is almost as corrupt as he is. I am impressed. Never mind.
Yeah, this is a real bad dream. Let's get the clues we need and get the hell out of here.
It's Iris. What on earth is she doing here?
Iris! We can't go any closer?
We cannot.
That silhouette we saw.
This is So's Somnium. During a sync, we experience the subject's dreams from a third-person perspective.
Okay, so now I'm kind of getting pissed off about this game. It's like, it's so stupid. Like, she would actually come to this place by herself. Simply because someone told her. She knows that there's a killer. She knows that the killer exists. Even if the killer says, I have your brother, your sister, your mother tied up, You will pop up and say, "Do not bring anyone over here, otherwise I'll kill them." She will actually believe that and show up by herself. Like, no one in their right mind will actually show up to a location by themselves, even if someone says, "If you call the cops or do anything, I will kill them." They must know that, one, it would be a trap, that they themselves would die, or that the killer would kill their family members regardless. So you would have to have someone to back up regardless, even if it's a sticky situation where they might die, because once someone has someone hostage, they're going to kill them anyway if they're a criminal. Whether they're caught or they're not. They get what they want, they off the person, they peace out. Or they get what they want, they let the person go, highly likely. Or they get what they want, they let the person go, because the suspect who was like, say, the suspect wasn't even in the same location at the same time. It was like an entire state away. You know, the person was tied up probably a whole day in the location, and they got what they want. So either the person was very close and they peaced out, or the first person was, I don't know, not close and they peaced out. They did what they did and they left. Either way, it's dumbass decision to make to come to a place like this by yourself. You always want to have backup regardless, even if it's in the worst case scenario. You just don't show up by yourself, because one, the person will die, and two, you will die in the same situation as well. So you always want to have someone like a Rambo or something along with you, because even if, you know, worst case scenario, they pop off like a family member or something like that, or a friend or a buddy or whoever, or a lover or something like that, at least you have like Rambo next to you to help it out, to catch the guy while you're there, pop him off, or at least to secure him from not killing you in the process. I don't know. This whole situation is kind of dumb to me. It's a poor example of what someone to do. I'm starting to think this is an average mystery game. There's nothing great about it. Just average all around. But who knows? I could be wrong. That's why I'm still intrigued. That's why I'm still playing. I want to know if it's really a dumbass game or if it's actually a good game.
In other words,
It has to be him.
I cannot say for certain, but probably.
What's going on?
It appears that time is looping in this warped space.
Time is looping? Can't you do something about that?
What exactly do you propose I do?
You're telling me I have to watch this scene over and over?
I don't want to watch it either.
Well then?
I suppose we can help her. We may then be able to ask this manifestation of Iris some questions.
Huh? Sure, do whatever you gotta do.
Yes, we have to save Iris, no matter what.
Yeah. But to do that, we gotta do something about that huge wooden box.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Here's another thing you don't do when you're solving mysteries. You don't put no timer. Timer is something when you're in a heated situation and you gotta save someone's life. Not when you're solving a mysteries and putting clues together. So in this whole timer thing with regards to unlocking stuff, that kind of pisses me off, because it doesn't give me enough time to figure out what's going on. But hopefully this is not the same situation where there's a timer. Oh, there is a timer. Great. Like in real life, when you're solving a case, there'll be a timer. Timers only happen in negotiation situations, when you're in the heat of a battle or something like that. Or something similar. Let's check this out.
A large wooden box.
fine. We're on the timer, so
This
investigate.
box is too large to exist in reality. This must be a reflection of So's deep...
Deep psyche. He definitely doesn't want us going any further.
It seems that way.
This guy's a pain in the ass, even in his dream.
In any case, moving this box may take some ingenuity.
Yeah, here's another thing. You don't even know where you're facing when you're eyeball. Am I facing north? Am I facing left? Am I facing right? I have no clue. Let me just move forward a little. Okay, now I'll do it again. So I move closer here. Is this north? Is this south? What is this? Okay. I probably don't need to do this. Listen.
I hear laughter, but they're far away. I cannot tell who the voice belongs to.
Warehouse. So this leads to the warehouse. That leads to the warehouse. These are all doors leading to the warehouse. 1, 2, 3. So this one has laughter in it. Let's see. Forklift. Oh, I should have just gone to the forklift. Like I should have gone to the forklift. Forklift.
A forklift.
Drive it.
Roger that. Leap. It is time to unleash the Drift King.
Didn't you crash a minute ago? Besides, the forklift is front-wheel drive.
There's something here.
Maybe you should jump in.
Do you have the mind of... A mysterious warp?
5 minutes left, Doctor.
Hello! How are you?
Shut up!
A portal. It appears to be connected to that place.
The sound makes it hard to believe it was a pebble.
A portal. Here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can do it.
I suppose it...
Oh, I've seen a boss character like this before. Those boxes in the way.
We do not have time to move each one.
If only we could use that crane.
warehouse. Is anyone? No response.
Even if there was some.
A warehouse. Pieces of
Are you okay?
I wanna go.
It's okay. Don't push.
Stop it! Pieces of concrete. It is. Though I am unsure why it fell from the sky.
So things that go through that.
You have less than 2 minutes, Dante. Hurry.
Is. No response.
Even if there was someone there.
A door to the warehouse. That door should have led to the warehouse, but... warehouse. Is this some kind of... No.
Got it.
It's a control...
You have 1 minute left.
The one that is difficult for humans to input?
Yeah, the GH raging...
Fine. No, wait. Inputting that sequence of commands with the lever shaped like this...
I think you can do it.
I'll try.
Oh, moved.
Ring out!
That's a KO.
Date, we're out of time.
Damn you, So!
Minutes.
The door to the warehouse. Is this some kind... The one that is difficult?
Yeah, the GH read.
Fine. No.
I think you can.
I'll...
Oh,
Ring?
that's a kick. If only she...
A warehouse... Delivery!
You have 1 minute left.
A crane. Not that I am a...
Can you not climb?
I don't see any... A crane. How a... Huh? Ugh! I hit it, but... A crane. There is no point to it if we are going to move it. Date.
Damn you, So!
A warehouse... Delivery!
You have 1 minute left.
A wooden box. No, it is either
Or
your
Or
your mailbox. A warehouse? What's this?
Edible seed.
Nobody needs to hear your superfluous narration. Date, what?
Damn you, son.
A warehouse? Delivery!
You have 1 minute left.
A warehouse? What's this?
Let's just go back and...
Dante, you've got less than 30 seconds.
A crane. Not that I am a...
Can you not?
I don't... Date!
Damn you...
A forklift. Rob... A mysterious warp... Here?
Five minutes left, Dante.
A door to the warehouse. Is this a... It's a control pit. control
4
panel.
minutes.
A warehouse. Delivery! A warehouse. What is...
Looks like a premium.
Oh, I got...
Dante, you've got less than 30 seconds.
a crane. How about... Dante, what...
Damn you, So!
A wooden box.
Time's up.
What is this?
Looks like a premium chip.
Oh, I got...
Got any small units for lives of something?
Dante, what...
Damn you, So!
A warehouse? Delivery!
Dante, you've got less than 30 seconds.
this some kind of... No.
Got it.
Date, where...
Damn you, So!
So none of this makes sense, you know. None of this makes sense.
A warehouse door... Delivery!
None of this makes any sense. It just randomly puts stuff everywhere in order for you to do it fast.
Is this some
Dante, you've got less than 30 seconds.
Fine, I'll raise it.
Understood.
Is there something underneath it?
It makes no sense. None of this stuff done. None of this has to do anything with mystery. It's just quick time events. Just for you to make quick judgments. That's all. And people will say, obviously, in situations you have to be quick in making mysteries, to making decisions and split-second decisions when it comes to investigation, but that's not true. When it comes to investigation, it's a slow, tedious process. It has nothing to do with making quick decisions.
Barely.
That shadow must be... Iris was in the Somnium earlier.
Yes, we saw.
An unidentified figure tried to stab Iris to death. And Date and Iba...
Who is that figure?
Probably So himself.
True, he could imagine himself in his Somnium that way. Mr. Date's ego algorithm processed the figure into that particular image.
What are you people talking about? If you're quite done here, hurry up and release me.
Come to think of it, I still haven't heard your explanation for this. 2 days ago, you called Shoko Nadami just after 9 p.m. Why?
That is a private matter that I will not discuss with you.
What were you doing at 5 p.m. 2 days ago?
Reading a book at home. You can ask my housekeeper or my bodyguards. They will confirm that for you.
That does match what the bodyguard said earlier.
But they're like family to him. They're not above telling a lie to protect their boss.
Yeah, that's BS. Like, if they're bodyguards, they're simply hired to do a job. The only time a bodyguard is like family is if they're actually like family. Or they're being paid off because they're corrupt. So in the sense of being paid off, this has to do with corruption, not anything to do with family. Sometimes I feel like this game is just going in its own directions of what it feels like.
I've been telling you I don't know anything.
That's impossible. I saw Iris in your dream. You have to have some memory of her.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. I didn't.
Are you planning on acting dumb all night? How did you know Iris was stabbed? I heard it. What?
On my way to this place, I heard that woman over there talking. Something about a girl who got stabbed in the back.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, you.
I don't remember exactly what I said. It's possible that I mentioned a body with stab wounds to the...
Boss.
It is impossible to determine now. He very well may not have seen Iris's body.
No. He still must have. He was in the warehouse.
But does that mean we can conclude for certain that he saw the corpse?
I saw it on the monitor. Iba saving Iris as she was being stabbed. Of course, since you and Iba are one and the same, it's like you saved her, Date. But that was just a dream. It's not real. Saving her in Somnium won't save her now. I'm sorry. No, nothing yet. They arrived a while ago, but that warehouse is owned by Okira Fishery.
I know. Iba, can you check to see if it's the Okiura we know?
Certain.
Yeah, and that's another thing. The Okira Fishery. We haven't heard anything about the people that own Okira Fishery or anything like that. Is the game gonna play, you know, the blame game without bringing up Okira Fishery? It's more suspicious that it was the body was in Okira Fishery than this dude showing up there.
Are you kidding me? You know that what we find in Somnium can't be submitted as evidence in court. Besides, we don't even know for sure if that figure was so.
You said it was.
I said that it's probably him.
Excuse me? I'm right here. I can hear everything you're saying.
Imagine the human brain as being made up of two elements: memory and algorithmic structure. The former is preferable because the latter can be problematic. It can output things based on the inputs it is given. To make this easier to understand, compare this to a computer. Memory is like your data stored on a hard disk. The algorithm is the program. This program controls everything, from higher cognitive functions to primitive instinct. This program is what creates the phenomenon of consciousness. In short, it is your ego algorithm, what you call your mind. Recognition, cognition, consciousness. All of these processes are incomprehensible without the ego algorithm. However, the Wadjet system is revolutionizing the way we think about consciousness.
The Wadjet system controls my core programming.
Using Wadjet, we could map the neural circuitry of the human brain. And we discovered a specific circuit that is key to the phenomenon of consciousness. However, we human beings are still unable to fully grasp it. It's far too complicated. But even if we don't understand it, we can still use it. You don't have to understand electromagnetism to use a microwave oven. The Wadjet system is how we are able to extract the sinker's consciousness. That is what makes sinking possible.
Okay, so, yeah. It's most likely that Iba, now it seems more likely that Iba made Dante do the killing, which makes Pewter guilty. But he's playing the thing is with Pewter, he's playing it off real good, like he's ignorant, like to the very end. Okay, so algorithms basically like software, recording information of memories onto the hard map of the brain itself. Like when someone says the algorithm or something, basically the recording information that's flowing and fluctuating, and the storing of it in stored map locations based on either transfer of neurons and so on, and place that in different map in lock boxes or memory lock boxes. So the algorithm puts certain things in lock boxes. At least that's what it's saying, based on recorded of events, consciousness, so on and so forth. So, you know, when this dude is seeing like people dead in his head and everything, it's just a recording of something they experienced in real life, and then it's recorded and locked in a certain section. And I guess when he sees like something into the future, like someone is about to die or something like that, it's simply based on recorded information that he saw from the past, or recorded information that's fabricated based on something he saw from the past. Yeah, but well, he had this vision of the girl in Mizuki's mind dying, based on Mizuki's memories in Mizuki's head, and Mizuki probably saw this as well. And that was recorded memory in Mizuki's head, that was locked in there, and he's able to see it. So if that was recorded memory as Mizuki had locked away, then Mizuki had locked away that information in her head before of the girl dying. But there's no way Mizuki would have known that she was going to die unless someone told Mizuki that she was going to die by that specific way. So Mizuki fabricated that person dying by that specific way in her head and created that illusion for Date to fabricate and make up an idea of how she looks based on that. So Mizuki knew that Iris was probably going to die based on the killer probably told her this. Or she probably knows that the killer was about to tell her this. Or it was discovered after she pulled the ice pick out of her mother's eye that the killer was probably saying something like, "I'm going to kill your friends Iris and Ota and stuff like that," stabbing them in the back or something like that. And then when Dante went into her head, you know, she basically fabricated how that was going to happen, and then he saw it in his own way. Yeah, so Mizuki is keeping a lot more than she's leading on. Which means Mizuki actually knows this dude. Or knows this person. Or at least heard this person. Or maybe it's just randomization stuff. Like she doesn't know the person at all, but she heard what they said. And what they said is probably something that had to do with Iris's death. Either way, you can't, I can't create any type of conclusion based on mapping an algorithm yet. None of that has any lead towards the actual guilty party, because the guilty party could be any face. It's definitely not Mr. So here.
During a sync, the sinker's consciousness, or ego, is brought into the subject's somnium. They enter the subconscious mind, or more accurately, sink into it. At this time, the sinker's memories are left in their original body. Picture an egg. The ego is the egg yolk that goes into the subject's brain. The sinker's memories are the whites which remain in the shell. The sinker, or rather the sinker as their pure ego, experiences the subject's somnium. But to be precise, it is not only ego. When synced, a modicum of memory data does get sent into the subject's brain. Imagine separating an egg yolk from its whites. No matter how you try, some of the egg whites will always stick to the yolk. This is just like that.
Okay, so that's why Date saw what he saw in his memory when that other woman died. Because whatever was in his head, that he saw in his head from 6 years ago, after he got out of that memory, or he got out of that situation, or after he went and dived back into that memory, and he took it out of, and he got back out, or he synced back out, got back out of his somnium. He took whatever he saw in there with him, attached to him in real life. So it wasn't completely sleeping in his mind. That's why he was carrying that whole person was dead in his head the whole time of the woman, of Iris's mother being killed. And that's why when Iris said, "Sometime I'm going to die," he still carried that within his head, if that's happening around with him, floating in his mind, all at the same time. And he linked that of her saying that and of the memory of her mother dying, and put those two and two together, and she, Iris, became a representation of that dead body. But I don't know how Shoko has to do with any of that, because Shoko is not, well, I guess you could say it's related somewhat, because he's mixing both the death of Shoko and combining what Iris says and what he saw with the mother all together at the same time to draw a conclusion. I mean, it's kind of accurate, but it's kind of off as well, because there's nothing to say that it would have came to pass. It just happened to come to pass. I don't know, man. It's weirdy that way. But let's move forward some more.
The subject of the sync remembers certain persons or objects that appear in Somnium. But they might not have a clear form. Our dreams are sometimes vague or unclear, after all. Even the subject of the dream themselves. I told you earlier that the syncer experiences the dream from the perspective of an observer. That is why the person creating the dream can appear within it. But perhaps they do not have an objective view of themselves, like a mirror or picture. Perhaps he's never watched himself on television. Rare for a politician, but not unheard of. He lacks that objective picture of himself. He remains stoic and unattached despite his position of power. I find that quite powerful. To be able to put your ego aside and see yourself as God sees you is an ability many charismatic people share.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, is what's called the God complex. It's like when you remove yourself from yourself and start seeing yourself from a more worldly point of view, rather than from just you being who you are. When you start seeing the bigger picture, and, well, if you're seeing the bigger picture, you're seeing everything from a more worldly point of view, that you're part of something greater. That's not the God complex. That's just simply the yin and yang there to create balance. However, the God complex is that when you remove yourself from yourself and you're seeing yourself in much greater importance than what you are, kind of, I'm in this locked universe, or I'm in a world. I'm in a huge world where there are tons of people that are around me, vast amounts. But it doesn't matter if these people are all around me, because only my universe matters, because what I'm doing is actually affecting everyone and everything else around me. Like if I go and buy coffee at the store, how I pour my coffee, what I put in my coffee, and then I bring it to the counter to pay for it. Everything I'm doing and the way I'm doing it is influencing everyone around them, because they're looking at me a certain way and how I'm doing it and what I'm saying and the way I'm saying it, and it's making them either feel uncomfortable, happy, sad. I'm thinking from the point of view that all my deeds are the most important, and it's moving everyone else around me. That's kind of like the God complex. So it's kind of like what he's saying here, that maybe from the point of view of how Shoko Nagami died is because it has something to do with Dante's influence that made come so. That's why I was saying Pewter and Aiba and Mr. Date themselves are on the suspect list, because he seems to be fascinating with that stuff, and what he's saying kind of aligns with the idea of Date might have actually killed Shoko, but without his knowing. By accident, he might have fallen asleep or something, and his body might went into autopilot or something like that, because of Aiba, or the technology that is with this machine right here. Or the other offset could be like Peter could be doing all this himself and making everyone think going crazy. And then there's the third suspect, like I said before, the mother. But it's weird to me, like, if it's pulling that much close to Pewter, then it's obviously not Pewter. You know, when something is pulling too close towards a subject, I'm starting to wonder why that's happening. So I've started to distance myself when it's getting too close. Like if you're getting too close to a stove and it's getting too hot, you'll burn your hands. That's why I'm keeping Pewter in the very hot temperature, but I'm not touching him yet. I don't want to burn my hands yet. That's why I'm leaning more towards Iris, his mother, which is, I'm going to get a complete unsatisfying ending if that's the truth. But who knows? Let's see what's going on here. I still have my 3 subjects. I mean, A-Set is out of the picture because she's dead, but I still have my 3. I haven't changed my mind yet.
He may not have a rational, objective assessment of himself. So, even if this figure is ambiguous...
It could be so.
Indeed.
Date, the investigation team is calling.
This is Date from Abyss. What happened?
Hey, sorry to call you out of the blue. There's something we want to check. Is now a good time?
Sure, what is it?
You said you found a body at Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. The one at Ariake? Warehouse District?
Yes, that's right.
Huh. Okay.
Why? What happened?
It's, not here.
What's not there?
We searched all over the warehouse. We didn't find any bodies.
Wait, what's happening now? I thought they only found one body inside the warehouse, and it was the girl's body. Why are the cops are talking about they didn't find any bodies? Wait, did the boss send these guys over there to see if there's any more bodies in the place? Did I miss something on the whole time I was investigating? I don't remember them saying anything about sending cops over to do more investigating to see if there are more bodies. Maybe there were cops at the crime scene to cut it off and to see if there are bodies there or if there are any other evidence there. But I don't remember anyone ever saying to search to see if there are more bodies. Unless I completely forgot that. With that stupid QTE thing and that timer. Well, let's see what's going on.
What do you mean there's no body?
We looked everywhere, but nothing.
Date, I am not doubting you. However, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I saw it. I know I saw it. I saw Iris's body with my own right eye.
What in the world is going on here? I was sitting in front of Shoko, or Sho, whatever the politician's last name is. We were sitting in front on the table, and I was putting out pictures to show the girl, and there was something called autopsy. Why would the game show me something called autopsy, that we were doing autopsy, if there was no autopsy of the girl? So are you telling me that that little conversation with Sho wasn't real at all? Or it was real and he made up the idea of an autopsy, but there was no autopsy? How would he show an autopsy of someone dead if there was no autopsy to show what's or so? So that whole little conversation with So was an illusion. It didn't exist. It was all probably in the Psy world or something like that. But there was nothing that say it was in the Psy world. She said, "Boss, let me hook this guy up to the Psy world." Then they went into the Psy world. Did the game completely forgot that I showed So an autopsy? So I'm trying to figure out what in the world's going on. I specifically saw autopsy, and it says show an autopsy. Who am I showing the autopsy of if it wasn't Iris? And now the body's not here? Why would they care that a body is here? If an autopsy is done, the body would be removed from here to begin with. And if this dude was really seeing things and there's no body here to begin with, then there was no autopsy to begin with, and then he wouldn't be speaking to the boss at all to say, "Hey boss," the boss was right there when the guy was doing the interrogation. But you telling me he didn't tell the boss about the autopsy when he was sitting in that room with So? So what the hell was he showing him if he wasn't showing autopsy? Or did he just fabricating in his mind that he was sitting in a room with So? So that little situation with him sitting in a room with So wasn't real at all? And this little situation where Aset was here wasn't real at all either? It was all in his mind? Well, if that's true, then everything is leading towards Iba once again, and Pewter once again. So why is the game trying to throw me all this BS if I already know what the hell's going on? There are 4 suspects. There's still 4 suspects now, because apparently Aset was never there to begin with. So Aset was never dead to begin with? Is that what the game is trying to tell me now? I don't know what. It's like this game is going back and forth in its own mind, trying to throw you off. Like, listen, if there was no murder, well, guess what? If there's no murder of Aset, then there is still a murder of Shogo. And if there's no murder of Shoko, then the whole point of this game from the very beginning didn't exist to begin with. Which means this is a failed game, because there's nothing to investigate from the very beginning. But Shoko is dead, I know that for sure. At least that's the confirmed thing at the start of the game. Aset, I was saying from the beginning, I don't even know. Could be that it's a dummy. Could be an illusion. Could be that it's a robot or alien. But then they show autopsy. The autopsy, no one does an autopsy on a robot or on a dead body or on a fake person and say it's an autopsy. Unless the autopsy did not exist, which means that interrogation never existed to begin with. Which means Aset is still possibly the murderer. At least At least that's the only thing that the game has given me that's true. That I'm still correct. That Asa is still part of the whole equation of possibly being murdered. And that whole little Asa dying, but like, why throw me that BS from the beginning if she's not really dead? It's completely mad. I don't know where this game is actually going. It's like it's so stupid. Like, if there's only one murder in the game, why try to throw a bone or try to do the sugar-coated topping when I know that there's no reason to do it because it's so obvious. Like, it's so stupid, man. See, she's at home. What the hell?
Date?
Iris.
It's so stupid.
What are you
It's doing this
Barging
BS.
in without ringing the doorbell? Oh, you see, Mizuki ended up staying at my place. Something wrong?
The world.
There's no what in the world.
Changed.
There's no change. Your head is screwed up from 6 years ago, and the tech in your eyes is simply messing up everything. The world hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. It's like the game is specifically trying to get you mad at how stupid it is. Because you already know, or should I say, I already know, I say you. I'm figuring that the people who are watching this, or anyone who's going to watch this later on, might have intelligence enough to know that what the game is doing. And it's just beating around the bush. And that how long do I have to play this game for it beating around the bush and getting to the point? So who knows? I'm only interested because I wanna see how far they're gonna push the beating around the bush. It's very funny. At least I like it.
Iba and I saved Iris during the sink yesterday. She wasn't killed.
True, but that was only a dream.
Maybe the dream changed reality.
Impossible.
Then how else would you explain it? Iris came back to life.
Mizuki went to Bloom Park 3 nights ago. She was prompted by a Nile message from Renju. There are 3 possibilities. 1. Renju killed Shoko, or was an accessory to the murder. 2. Renju was threatened or blackmailed into luring Mizuki to the scene. 3. The culprit used Renju's phone to send the Nile message. In any case, the motive is still unknown. We need to talk to Renju.
Renju? Where did you go?
And here's another weird thing. Through the beginning of the game to now, we haven't spoken to Renju once. Not once, or seen any situations with him whatsoever at all. Except in a flashback or something, or showing pictures of him. There's nothing to show Renju whatsoever at all in the game. Nothing. I don't know how certain people say they like this game. It's like, this game is beating around the bush. The only thing is that I like about it is that it's funny that it's trying to fool you. That's the only thing that's amusing to me, that it's funny that it's trying to play the footsie game.
I have done some research. As the name suggests, the company is owned by the Okiuras. The same Okiuras we know. Renju's father created the company.
Another connection to Renju.
No, actually. Currently, Okiura Fishery has nothing to do with Renju. The company has been managed by office representatives for the past 17 years after Renju's father died. Renju holds no shares and is not involved in the management. In short, Renju did not inherit the company from his father, and it was instead given to other persons.
But it can't be a coincidence.
It certainly is suspicious.
Yeah, that whole thing about radiation messing up Bloom Park and those areas, I guarantee that has something to do with all this. Why would they bring out something like radiation in that area and people leaving and business going sour? Yeah, something is going on there. I noticed they didn't bring up anything about that radiation stuff. That holds some type of relevance. Let's see what's going on. Dream changing reality. You know, this whole dream changing reality is just BS stuff. It's just the sugar-coated topping stuff trying to mess with you. But I'll play the game anyway.
It is absurd. Not possible. Dreams are figments of the imagination. An incident which took place entirely in your mind cannot have any bearing on the real world. That is preposterous. Consider it. If you were to find money in your dream, does your bank account balance go up in reality? If you were to be attacked by aliens in your dream, does a swarm of UFOs invade Earth?
But at the warehouse,
You must have been hallucinating. Within Mizuki's Somnium, you saw Iris's frozen corpse. It is affecting your mental state. Last night, you were so fazed by it that you couldn't speak. If it bothers you to this degree, why not go talk to Iris?
Yeah, you notice the game doesn't want to bring up the whole autopsy thing. It's like the people who made the game goofed and realized they goofed. It's like they literally goofed. Or they put it in there to say that Mr. Date here is a psycho and made up his own autopsy and said that the people back at the police, coronary people, checked the body and did all this, came up with all this conclusion, and had this little conversation with Sho in an interrogation room, and there was no such interrogation or autopsy. This all happened in his head. And if that is true, then nothing that's in this game is real except Shoko dying, and we're back to square one at the beginning. So anything that has to do with A-Set moving forward doesn't exist. That's why I say A-Set is still part of the whole guilty thing. That whole thing with A-Set dying was completely pointless. Like, geez, man. The only people that I'm still curious about is why I haven't seen Renju.
You asked Mama at Marble for information regarding Renju Okiura, correct? It is possible she may have something for you by now.
We can talk to Iris's mom as well. She was Renju's classmate, right? Iba told me about her.
Her cell phone is on. I can trace her via GPS. She is currently somewhere in the Lemniscate building. I would suggest searching the warehouse again. You may be able to discover why Iris was resurrected.
This game is really gonna be... Oh my goodness. This game has some nerve. It's really gonna actually try to tell you, the person playing the game, that Iris was resurrected from the dead, from a dream. Like dream can bring dead people back to life. If that's true, what, did the dream erase her freaking stab wounds on her back as well? Or, let me guess, dream reversed time and Iris did die, but that section of the reality was wiped away by the dream? Come on, man. This is going into God territory here. And last time I checked, the only thing that could possibly do that is that stupid machine that's created, that Pewter created. That's why I say Pewter is still suspect. Iris is still suspect. Ota is still suspect. Iris's mother is still suspect. And Mr. Date, aka Iba here, are still suspects. They're all suspected together. Because they're all the ones that are going back and forth, connecting to each other. and all these people like So, the boss, the Yakuza, the Prisoner 89, the fishing warehouse owned by other people, the radiation, all this stuff is just sugar-coated toppings to block your path. I'm not fooled by any of this, except maybe the radiation has something to do with why all this is happening. That I know for a fact is playing a big part. That is floating in my head. Because when radiation hits a town or does anything, it affects not only business, it affects health, it affects brain waves. Some people say radiation has something to do with affecting memories and the ability that radiation grants psychic abilities. Let's see if that has anything to do with the game. Doubt it, but we'll see. I know Renju isn't the one that killed his wife, because if he is, it's just like Iris is killing Shoko, and it's just like Sho killing Shoko. All stupid and all obvious. I'm going to give this game like a 5 most as a mystery game. If I found out Renju or Shoko's or Renju's wife, or So, are the actual people that killed Shoko. If any one of those 3 people actually did it, I'm gonna give this game a 5 out of 10. Because obvious stuff are like completely boring and pointless. I mean, like So is completely boring. Iris is completely obvious. He has psychopath written all over her face. And Renju is completely obvious, because the game is pointing everything towards Renju. Why make the game person that is pointing towards it the most guilty party? It's boring. I don't know. Let's continue. I'm gonna end the stream in like 30 minutes.
Congressman Sejima is suspicious in more ways than one. Exhibit A. 3 days ago, So called Shoko Nadami's phone. We still don't know exactly why. He only told us it was meant to be private. Exhibit B. So Sejima was at Okiura Fishery Warehouse last night, but he didn't inform us of this. There must be something he doesn't want us knowing. Exhibit C. So was in Iris's Somnium. Dreams are constructed from memories. Yet the good congressman denies he ever knew Iris. Stranger things have been known to happen. 2 days ago, Date found Iris's frozen corpse in Mizuki's Somnium. It must have been a prophecy.
Boss.
There's a lot of stuff in this world that can't be explained by science.
Are you kidding me? So that's how she became one of the major players within the police department, because she believed what she wanted to believe rather than follow the grain. So she believed that she saw an alien, that she's a major player now because she saw aliens. Oh my goodness. I have no idea what the hell this game is, but it's not what I expected. Like, it makes no sense as a mystery game. But at least some of it does. At least some of it does. Like what she was saying about you can't fabricate stuff with regards to knowledge of knowing someone without actually knowing, at least seeing or interacting with the person. Maybe she saw ASET on television and believed ASET was at the location. You have to actually see a person to fabricate or to create that person in your head accurately. So at least that is logical, same as what Date imagined in his dreams about certain people dying from 6 years ago. So at least that's logical. So the game is like a half-half. Half of everything it's doing is completely stupid, and the other half is correct. Notice, and I guarantee 100%, Date is not going to bring up anything anything and tell anyone about an autopsy. I guarantee he's not going to tell anything to his boss or to Pewter or to Mizuki or to Aset or to anyone about something called an autopsy or him having an autopsy or showing pictures of autopsy, because that didn't actually exist. So none of that was, all that little nonsense there was pointless to begin with. This game goes up and down. That's why I'm going to keep it. I'm keeping it at the 6 right now. But if it comes out at the end being stupid, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to drop it to a 5. The only reason people give this game more points is because they're perverts. They're like stupid and silly stuff. It makes them laugh to see silly stuff. They're not trying to take the game seriously. And a mystery game is, you're supposed to take it seriously because it's a mystery game. You're supposed to use your mind to solve situations and to see if the people who create the game are using their minds when they're creating their games to make something a mystery game, which they're half-assing it in here. Half good, half bad.
Date and Iba saved Iris and Somnium, and that changed the history of the real world? Well, I guess it's not impossible.
That isn't what you said yesterday.
That was then, this is now. A woman's mind changes with the phases of the moon, you know.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway, I believe in Date. I trust him more than anyone else in Abyss.
That's like the dumbest thing to say. Like, she believes in Date, she trusts him like more than anyone in Abyss. It's like, that's simply the people who made the game program her to trust Date because he's the protagonist. So everything he says will be true because obviously he's the protagonist, so he has to be right. So she's going to agree with the person who's the protagonist because the protagonist represents conviction and bravery and steadfastness. So someone so sure of themselves has to be right. So I'm going to follow you. Either that or she's the psycho. I'll be very surprised if the boss is the actual murderer. And then I'll give the game like a 7 out of 10. I'll bump it up 2 points. Because that'll definitely be a surprise if the boss is the killer.
I sent him home yesterday.
You released him?
What was I supposed to do? We can't hold him without solid proof. What we saw with Iris hasn't happened yet.
In any case, we have to speak with him again.
There are 4 people I should talk to. So Sajima, Iris and Hitomi Sagan, and Mama. And I need to check the warehouse one more time.
We have many avenues of investigation.
Let's get moving.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. If I find out that Iris's mom is the actual killer, I'm gonna give this game a 5 out of 10. Because I thought she was the killer from the jump. I thought Iris Aset was also the killer from the jump. I think Pewter was someone with an interesting party, and then he became a suspect, possible killer. And I also thought Iba was a killer from the jump that made, what do you call it, Date do certain things. But now Date is looking less likely. Like it's Iba. It's more like Pewter, Iris, and Hitomi, Iris's mom. But I could agree. I could accept that it's Pewter that's the murderer. I could accept that it's Aset that's the murderer. I cannot accept that it's Hitomi, Iris's mom, as the murderer, or or the Yakuza, or Mr. Prisoner 89. I can't accept these as the killer because they're so obviously not, including Renju as well. I can't accept them as the killer because it's so obvious that they could be the killer. Why would the game give me the obvious person who's the killer to be the killer? That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. Like, they're showing this house and it's giving me the creepy vibe that it's actually Iris's mom. But if it is, I'll be like, whatever, man. At least it kept me entertained. And for that, I'll probably give it a 6 out of 10. Most. But it will never go beyond 6 out of 10. Because it's pissed me off as much as it entertained me.
I apologize for yesterday. I arrived uninvited.
No, I'm grateful. Thanks to you, Mizuki has her voice back.
No, I didn't do anything. Today's a holiday. I suppose there's never a day off for a detective. Oh, but you aren't a detective, right?
Technically, yes. But I still deal with crime.
I see. Today is a holiday.
You forgot too, didn't you?
I've put Iris through so much. I was 19 and single when she was born. People didn't take kindly to that. But Iris was such a fighter. She always protected me. I remember, one time at the nursery, some of the other mothers were talking about me. Iris ran up to them and said, "Don't talk about my mommy!" I'm supposed to be the mother, but it's Iris who's always protecting me. They died when I was 17. I was an orphan, and my relatives lived far away. They might have taken me in, but I was already in my second to last year of high school. It wasn't a good idea for me to move that late. So I decided to stay here, by myself.
And take care of Iris.
Yes, all alone. But Renju would help sometimes. Did something happen to him? You asked me that yesterday. Right from the hospital? I'm sorry. I have no idea. It was always just me and her. Vacations, barbecues, zoos, amusement parks. Just me and her. Oh, that reminds me. When Iris was 5, there was a children's theater show in Bloom Park. It was called Milky Moon. It was about girls as magical space rangers and such. She loved singing and dancing. Even as a kid, whenever she heard music, her body would start moving. It was a quirk of hers. And she did it at the show, too. Toward the end, when all the Milky Moon girls were dancing to the ending song, Iris climbed up onto the stage and danced with them. I tried to stop her, of course. I grabbed her arm and tried to get her to sit, but before I knew it, she was up there, dancing. And everyone was so excited. Even I was dancing by the end of it. When it was over, she had the biggest smile on her face. "Mama, you're a good dancer." That's the kind of girl she was.
And that's why Aset is still considered the killer. They're making her out to be like this innocent victim. Like, every time I see something that's off or sound something that's off, I start suspecting it. Just like Iris here, making her sound so innocent. If it seems too good to be true, it usually is. Then again, this game is weird that way. They might actually be innocent. It's a strange game. I'll give it that. It's strange. Not good strange, it's just, I don't know what they were smoking when they made this game.
Whenever she sees someone playing music on the street, she'll run up and join them, right then and there. Music at the train station, the crosswalk beeping. Even at convenience stores, when their little chime played, she would start dancing. It almost got her into trouble once. She was on the jungle gym and a truck drove by. It was playing loud music out the windows. She climbed up to the top and started dancing, but she lost her balance and fell. She fractured her leg pretty badly. It was on a Sunday, and it was hard to find an open emergency care. I was carrying her on my back, running and running through town. I could still hear her crying. Will I still be able to dance, Mommy? Can I still dance? She cried and cried into my shoulder. It was the only time she ever cried so much. No, that's not true. There was one other time. Six years ago, I was the victim of a shooting. After the surgery, Iris came in running, and she was sobbing.
Mommy, don't die! Don't die! Please don't die, Mommy! Don't die!
I swore to myself then I would protect her, no matter what. Iris is everything to me, more important than my own life.
Oh, great. Oh my goodness. I did not like hearing that. That's like, I'm a primo psychopath territory confession right there. And stupid Dottie, he's all into the nice little conversation of him being protective of his daughter, to see the obvious of what's just playing out right in front of him. Then again, he's not meant to be a smart detective. He's meant to be Mr. Exposition, so that you, the person who played the game, or me playing the game, if anyone else ever played, be able to figure it out for themselves. So we're supposed to be the detective, not Date. So let's continue. For all I know, I could be completely wrong. And the people who made this game are smart enough to, figure that there are people like me out there that's going to get upset that the obvious is being thrown towards them. Which makes me very interesting. Not me interesting, makes me very interested in what that might be. That's the only reason why I'm still playing this game. To find out what that thing might be, because so far I'm not liking the game. I need something to make me feel like I'm liking this game now, that it's not so obvious. So if they're going to throw me a bone, it better be something good, because I have no idea how they do mysteries, but this is not really investigative mystery to me. This is like a mystery game made for everybody else, not made for people who like detective work.
Iris must really enjoy dancing.
Yeah.
Though her drawing skills could use some work.
Drawing skills?
Look at the drawing on the wall.
I've been wondering about that picture.
Iris drew it when she was 12.
That's you on the left and Iris in the middle, correct?
Yes.
And who's on the right?
The man I was dating at the time. It was only for 3 months, but I met him about 6 years ago. Have you been to the Kume Shrine in the Minato district? I was praying there one day, and I heard a voice. Well, more like a groan. Behind the shrine, I saw a man sitting on the ground. He was bleeding badly from his stomach. I took out my phone to call an ambulance, but he grabbed my wrist, and he held me, and then I was shocked, but when I stared into his eyes, then I heard footsteps, and then a bunch of men yelling. They were looking for him. When the voices and footsteps faded, he let me go. Don't call an ambulance, and don't call the cops. I knew he had to be a criminal, so I took him to an underground clinic I knew.
You took him to a mob doctor?
Renju's friend. I only met him once.
What in the world is going on with this chick? Who in the right mind, after they get kissed by a guy who looked like he got stabbed or shot or something like that, will take him to a shady doctor because she know that he was a criminal? Now, how would she know who a shady doctor was from the beginning? Or why is she involved with shady doctors? And if she did know who are shady doctors, then she knows that Renji was involved with shady Yakuza people. This woman is very suspicious. Oh my goodness. She better not turn out to be, I swear, she better not turn out to be the killer. I'm gonna lose it if she turn out to be the killer. If her Renju turn out to be the killers, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna give this game. Actually, you know what? I'll be fair to it. I'll still keep it at a 6 out of 10. But it won't go any higher.
Even though we had our first kiss seconds after meeting each other, it took a long time before I got to see him again. The first time we held hands was when we watched the horror movie together. The first time I took his arm was when we went to a haunted house in an amusement park. But I wasn't the one who grabbed him. A zombie jumped out and scared us, and he clung onto my arm. He had that cute side to him. And I was falling in love.
What in the world is wrong with this lady? She gonna fall in love with a dude that was clearly shady and oh my goodness. This is some weird crap. No wonder all this craziness is happening and Asa is involved. The mother is kind of loopy herself. She's a loopy McLooperson. She's loopy McLooperson. She's like you know how I said Aset is like Billy Loomis and Ota is like Stu. Well, she's kind of like Billy Loomis's mother. She's a loopy too. She comes across as nice, but she makes very poor decisions. Oh my goodness. Alright, so let's continue this craziness.
Our second kiss was in the car. It's cliche, I know. But we drove around at night, looking at all the lights. We parked our car near a warehouse and kissed. I don't think we ever said I love you, but we both knew. We were getting closer and closer. I introduced him to Iris about a month after I first met him. Iris never had a father figure in her life before. She warmed up to him immediately and treated him like a real dad. From then on, it was always the three of us together. We would go to the beach, to the river, the zoo, the amusement park. Going to barbecues with another person was a new experience for me and Iris. Everything felt so fresh. Every day was so exciting. Oh, sorry. You asked about the picture. He wanted to make okonomiyaki one day. He was working with the hot plate. It was ridiculous. He was trying to flip one, and it flew up in the air and landed right on my head. Iris saw the whole thing and laughed and laughed. I hadn't seen her laugh like that in a long time. I was having so much fun that I put an okonomiyaki on their heads too. Plop, plop. I added the bonito flakes and mayo and sauce. At this point, there was no going back. Eggs flew, flour going everywhere. The room was not a pretty sight. After our battle, we laughed like crazy. We were rolling around on the floor. So Iris decided to draw it. It's nostalgic. But those days didn't last. 6 years ago, in November, a man with a gun broke into our house. Fortunately, Iris wasn't home at the time, but my boyfriend was. That's why the gunman came. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill him, and he would never stop. He pulled the trigger. I tried to protect him. The bullet hit me, but the police arrived. They were both arrested and incarcerated.
Why was he after your boyfriend?
Before he met me, he committed some terrible crime. I don't know the details, but it was awful. So he became a target for underworld criminals. I don't know exactly why, but I know that he betrayed them in some way.
May I ask you something?
Of course.
I had heard that that incident was a random break-in gone wrong.
Oh. That's not true. I lied about it at the time, because of Mizuki. Mizuki is Iris's friend. If she found out, Iris would find out too. I didn't want Iris to know.
Know what?
That I was dating a criminal. He was her father figure. Iris looked up to him. If she found out about his past...
Date, we can't spend time reminiscing. We have to get moving.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, after this one, I'm calling it a day. I just discovered that Iris's mom,
So
Aset,
Sajima is a key
is
person of
loopy.
interest in this case. Earlier, the boss cited 3 points of suspicion against him, and I agree with her assessment.
Yeah, the mom is loopy, man. Only a crazy woman will associate herself with a criminal. A weak woman at that is best. A weak woman and a crazy woman. And the game keep going on about Soul Shijima. Nobody cares about Soul. He has nothing to do with this. It's just throwing him in there to be cannon fodder, or to be, you know, the scapegoat, or the distraction. I don't care about Soul. I already know what's going on. I don't know who the exact killer is, but I know what's going on. At least I have a good idea of what's going on by now.
I checked the call logs of So's phones.
So let me just summarize it up in this. Like, if anyone was to watch this video, she has a thing for Renji. What you call his mom, Iris's mom. But she wasn't with Renji at the time, because obviously, like, Renji was a friend from when she was young, talking so on and so forth. She was dating this other dude. And at the time, she didn't say that that other dude was Renju. So who knows, it could have been Renju the whole time. But it's more likely that it's Pewter. But he's not going to say that it's Pewter, and there's no association that Pewter is involved with Yakuza or anything, because it doesn't say so. So it's hinted that it's most likely Renju she was involved with. But it doesn't tell you that it's Renju. So the most likely case is that she killed Shoko because she's in love with Renju. And this person that invaded the house and tried to kill her is not the actual killer. It's actually someone from a Yakuza criminal organization trying to hurt Renju because he actually committed a crime way back in the days. What that crime was is unknown, but it was serious enough for them to try to kill him. But that's too clean. That's too clean. See, that's the problem. That's too clean. It's too clean. It's too easy for it to be Renju. That's why I'm saying I'll be pissed off if it's Renju, or if it's Hitomi, or it's Mr. Soul here. It's too clean, too easy. Some people say what's wrong with easy. Sometimes a spade is a spade. But in an investigation, if a spade is a spade, then that means it was never a good game to begin with. The whole point of calling it a game, saying the game's afoot, is if who you're playing the game afoot against is worth competing against. It's not that much of a challenge if you already know who it is or suspect you know who it is and it turns out to be who it is. You know, Sherlock Holmes had to go through a lot just to capture Moriarty. It didn't just like pop up that boom, it was Moriarty the whole time, or he suspected it was Moriarty the whole time. There were a lot of things leading to it being Moriarty, but he had to get through those things to get to Moriarty, for it to actually be that Moriarty became a main suspect. He had to break through those barriers to get to Moriarty. So basically, if you eliminate the most obvious, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to get into the whole Sherlock Holmes thing. I'm just saying it's too clean cut in this game. Too clean cut. And the game probably knows that as well. So if it's going to throw me a bone, it better be a good one towards the end.
Congressman Tsujima has one phone under his name, and a burner phone rented under a fake name.
Did you find anything interesting?
Unfortunately, no.
Really?
But I do have something. I looked into So's secretary's phone. One call in particular stood out to me.
Huh?
It was 1 week ago. From Fuchu Prison. The caller identified themselves as inmate number 89.
Number 89?
Yes. This is most likely the same person who called HQ.
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
Murder. He is serving a life sentence for multiple counts. He was imprisoned 6 years ago.
6 years ago?
From what I can determine, he is an assassin. He accepts jobs from the criminal underworld for substantial rewards. His code name is Falco.
Falco?
Correct.
Well, I know what that means. I know what that means. That little heartbeat right there. It means that Falco probably did that thing to Mr. Date here. They did to Hitomi and Hitomi's boyfriend. And probably was an assassin to do other things as well. No, it's not Falco. Falco is not the murderer because he's in prison, but he knows who killed it. And he says he, which means he's assuming that the person who's doing the killing is a he. But Mr. Falco was probably one that did what he did to Dante back in the past and removed his eye. Very strange though. Like, why would they kill the girl, Shoko, and put her inside of the park and remove her left eye, same like Date's eye? Lining this all up to Date. See, this is why I'm saying all this stuff is going back to those four people. Aset, Aset's mom, Date, and Pewter. Because it's too easy for it to be Renju. It's too easy. It's too easy for it to be Iris. Way too easy. And so, obviously too easy. The main culprits are all obviously the ones that obviously ones that I saw from the beginning of the game. I'm not directly from the very, very beginning, but from the early aspects of the game, which is Aset and Ota, Aiba, Iris's mom, Hitomi, and Mr. Mystery Man. And Mr. Mystery Man is yet still unknown now. Originally I thought, oh, I discovered who Mr. Mystery Man is. It's Hitomi's mom. And that's how I came to conclusions there are only 4. But this game is all over the place now. It went back to the 5 like it was before. But to be honest with you, there is no 5. You know, it's still the 4. It's still the mom. It's still Aset and Ota. It's still a Pewter possibly, and it's still Aiba. Those are the 4 suspects. There's nobody else.
Unknown.
You don't know?
He is not registered in any databases. He could be a foreigner or recent immigrant, but it would be impossible to determine from where. However, I did not detect any accent in his speech. I believe we can conclude that he grew up in Japan. Unknown. You would have to ask Mr. Sejima for that information.
Number 89 said he knew who killed Shoko.
He did. But that may be a lie.
Does he have any connections to the Cyclops serial killings?
Unknown. In all honesty, I have no idea.
See, now I'm very curious about Aiba. There's a lot of things that doesn't make sense in this game, and one of the main things is Aiba can hack into 99.99% of every type of information that's out there in the net. And yet she doesn't know the extreme details of this one Yakuza assassin that she could find easily through records. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of records are hush-hush and underclassified, but she basically said she can go through 99.99% of all hacks. So, what are you telling me, the last percentage? She can't get through that? I don't know, man. Something very suspicious going on with Aiba. And Pewter. And Pewter's mom. I mean, and Hitomi.
No.
And Aset.
Call up boss. Tell her to request that number 89 be brought to Abyss.
Roger.
I'm starting to think that everything in this game is all inside Date's head, and that none of these things are actually happening.
I heard there was no body found at the cold storage warehouse. Isn't your investigation over? How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know that girl. I've never seen her before.
Date.
I knew he was lying. This proves it.
I am having difficulty determining his motive for lying. After all, Iris was not killed.
Maybe he's got a secret with her he doesn't want us knowing. What are you hiding so?
I told you I will not answer that question.
And why not? We didn't find anything there. There's nothing to hide.
It appears that he will not respond.
Yes, Mr. Dante is exposition dump guy. He's not going to do the job of a detective. It's up to me to do it. So obviously he's not going to do it. I mean, So could have been in there just to, I don't know, to be doing bass fishing. He don't want anyone to know he does bass fishing in there. He's keeping quiet because of that. Date isn't going to tell you and make up these other conclusions in his head because that's not his job. He's simply a bot in a game that I'm supposed to control and make decisions for. He's not really an investigator. If they wanted Date to be an investigator, they should have gave me control of Date to do investigation, not make it be me doing the investigation from a third party's point of view, from a character's third party. What I'm saying is, don't include a third person in the game that's first person like this. It doesn't make sense. If this is me, if I am Date looking at him, then everything is in Date's head. That's my conclusion, and none of this is real, which means this game is pointless to begin with. But if it is, if it does have point, if it is relevant, there's no need for me to do detective work from his point of view. Could have just made the detective from my point of view. There's no need for me to show his face, Date's face whatsoever. Just show a cutscene of an animation of Date.
You are beginning to irritate me.
What did you want to talk to her about? What is the private matter you mentioned? What is your relationship with her?
I'll answer your questions when you present a warrant.
And I know certain people will say that, well, he is in the first person, and that little showing of his face and his words is actually, you know, just there for the viewing audience pleasure. And that me looking at this and me looking at this and this and this is that I am actually Date. I'm playing Date. But I don't feel like I'm Date in the slightest. That's how I feel with regards to this game. I know that I'm playing as him, and I'm playing from first person, from his point of view. And when his face is shown and his text is shown, it's simply to give exposition. But at no point in this game that I felt like I was doing anything in the first person from his, in any way feel like I am Date. I still feel like I'm me. I have no connections to our Date because in my mind he's slow as hell. Why would I want to be a detective that I'm faster than in a game? If the combination of exposition and investigation does not add up. If the game is going to give me exposition, it should be giving me free reign of Date. Otherwise, if he's supposed to be me, then he's a poor example of it. Or if I'm supposed to be him, then I am a poor example of it. They don't add up.
Number 89? Who is that?
An inmate at Fuchu prison. He used to go by Falco. He was an assassin.
Odd, finding such a person in Japan. What about him?
About a week ago, he called your secretary.
I don't know anything about that. He was probably calling for a pardon or some such nonsense. My secretary probably decided it wasn't worth my attention. If you need information, you can ask her. I can't help you. Haven't you people got enough? I'm very busy, excuse me. Oh, actually, I do have one more thing to tell you. To be honest, Kaname Date, I don't like you. I don't ever want to see you again. So I suggest that you don't show your face here anymore. It's what's best for both of us, understand?
Who does this guy think he is?
Date, your blood pressure is skyrocketing. Any higher could kill you. Relax, Date. We still have much to do.
I know, I know.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna breeze through this one really quick. I'm not even gonna waste my time here.
At that time, lying on this...
Iris's dead body, covered with a white cloth.
But the second time...
The corpse was gone.
It was 11:25 p.m. But the body could not have simply vanished. Crime scene investigation was here before 11:25 p.m.
When did they arrive?
According to the report, 10:30 p.m. After we finished sinking with So.
It took them an hour and a half to get here?
Correct.
Why did it take them so long?
Unknown. The report does not specify. Perhaps a result of outside influence.
Outside influence?
In any case, there is nothing of note about the bench. Examining it will not reveal any further information. A forklift. Nothing seems out of the... The crane on the ceiling. Nothing has changed. A forklift. It doesn't seem like it was likely just left here. There are only a few items on the shelf. It is likely that this warehouse isn't in regular use. A switchboard. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. There are numerous cardboard boxes on the shelves. There is nothing abnormal about them. Hi, I'm Dremaimon.
Iba, the jokes, you've gotta stop.
That machine is used to cut ice. Do they store ice here? It's a wooden box. There is nothing inside.
Alright, so I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to be doing here. I basically clicked on everything and I just don't see it. Maybe I need to turn up my monitor's, turn up the opacity, or at least turn up the brightness of the game. Go into menu options and turn up the brightness to see the back. But the brightness, no, that's the sound. Maybe I have to turn it all the way up to 10. Nope, it doesn't matter if you turn it all the way up to 10. You're not going to see anything. It's not like you could switch locations. You only have log, you only have menu, and you only have the R1. So I have to find something in this room in order to proceed forward. But it's not showing me anything. I pressed everything in this room already. This is another issue with this game. In certain areas it will have things stuck in the background. It's difficult for you to see. Even if you increase your brightness of your monitor, you will not be able to see it. It happened in another area early on in the game as well. It's trying to be clever and hide the things, but all it does is just piss you off, because now you have to hurt your eyes trying to find out what it is you're supposed to click on. That's why I say this game is a 6 all around. It's not just like the detective work and the story and the characters and stuff. Some simply silly little stuff like this, like not making your game good enough to consider the people who are watching it aren't all going to have like extremely good vision. It's very foolish. And I'm not allowed to move on either. It's not like I could switch positions. I have to find whatever I'm supposed to find in here and then proceed forward. So, but I can't see what it is I'm supposed to find anyway, unless I have my face directly placed up against my monitor to see it, which is very bad for your eyes, extremely bad for your eyes. This is a dumb decision that they made in this game, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is right at this moment right now, me clicking this is like, this game will never go beyond 6 in my opinion. Anyone who has this game in higher regards is, to me, is like incompetent in their brains. I mean, people have the right to make their opinions of things, but if you're simply gonna dismiss something and pretend like it's not happening, or turn a blind eye, then you could do that. You have the free reign to do that. You're still gonna be dumb, but you have the right to do so. And if someone said, "Well, who are you to tell me that I'm dumb and stuff?" I decide what's dumb and what's not dumb. When someone tells you something like that, that's the God complex. Like, just like this game talk about God ego, that's the God complex talking right there. When someone says, "Who are you to tell me how something is or how something is and how something is not?" That's the God complex talking. When someone tells you something like that, whether it's a family member, a friend, or anyone, that's the God complex talking. That's them trying to control the whole world that they're in, forgetting that they're just in the world, that they have no power to control anything in the world. They just think that they do. People only have control over the things that they have control over. Nothing more. I can't find any of the stuff. I seriously might have to pull my chair up all the way to the forward in front of the screen. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have to actually pull my actual chair all the way up to the front of the monitor just to see all the way in the back of what's hidden in the back. This is completely dumb. Actually, you know what? That kind of pisses me off, but I haven't got to the end of the game, so I won't drop it. I won't drop it to 5. I won't drop this game down to 5. I'll still keep it at 6, and if it gets good, I'll bump it up to 7. But if it doesn't get good, I'm gonna drop it down to 5. And it deserves it, because this is stupid right here. And someone thought it was a good idea to log every single thing I point against, so that if I decide to go back to see, maybe I want to talk to Iba, and to go back to Iba. If I continuously click on everything, it would eventually replace all Iba stuff. With all these clicks. The forklift doesn't seem to do anything. It's more like they just left box. This is dumb. And there's nothing in my menus and my files. And the only thing flowchart does, flowchart allows me to go back to an area that I wanted to go back in the past before. Where am I? I'm right here. Cold storage warehouse. Might as well go back to office. No. Order driving, Shidima. Residence, Marble, Psycho Residence. Let's try this again. This is stupid, but let's try it again. Switchboard.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
No shit.
You first arrived here yesterday at 9 p.m. At that time, lying on this workbench was...
Iris's dead body, covered...
But the second time...
The corpse was gone.
It was 11:25, but the body could not have simply... The crime scene investigation was...
When did they arrive?
According to the... After we finished sync...
It took them an hour and...
Correct.
Why did it take them so long?
Unknown. The report does not... Perhaps a
outside.
In any case, there is nothing of note. Examining it will not reveal... That machine is used to cut ice. Do they store ice here?
Yes, where's the damn ice?
A forklift. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. A forklift. It doesn't seem like it's in use. It was likely just left. It's a wooden box. There is nothing inside.
can't use X-ray either, so I can't see anything. Can't zoom in or zoom out. I could just pull up this. And auto. I could go into files. Don't tell me this game glitched out at this part. Or at least the people who didn't. Can I exit? Can I get the hell out of here? Can I press on the door or something to get out? To leave? I can't use the map, so I can't leave via the map. Or let me guess. I wasn't supposed to come here to begin with. I was supposed to go to those other locations and then come here. This is dumb. If that's the case, then this is dumb. Then it's not random for you to go at various different places. You have to follow a set path. I'm just going to figure this out, and afterwards I'm taking this off. This game is not going to become like an Elden Ring situation that is pissing me off. Poor decision making by the people who developed the game. I have no idea what to press. I don't see any type of cookies or any bottles or anything like that, or nothing connecting to the table. No switches I could turn on. No ice cubes anywhere. No ice cube next to the ice pick, or any ice pick of any type here, or ice cubes of any type here. No switches I could turn. Nothing on the roof. A fork here.
On the ceiling. Nothing has changed.
Yes. That's the same. Nothing here. Nothing on the door. Nothing above here. That's the ceiling. The forklift is still the same. Nothing behind the forklift. Nothing under the forklift. Nothing around the forklift.
Hi.
Iba, the jokes.
The oil drum is there. Nothing behind the oil drum.
There are numerous cardboard boxes. There is nothing abnormal about them.
Nothing in the boxes. Nothing in each of the boxes. Can't go up anymore anyway. Nothing back here. No door back here. Nothing underneath the boxes. Nothing on the floor. Nothing in this box. Nothing on this wall. Nothing in this box either.
There are
Nothing on
only a
these
few
shelves.
items. It is likely that this warehouse.
Nothing here.
Nothing.
But finding nothing may, in fact, be something.
What do you mean?
What kind of craziness is this? All of a sudden they start talking. I literally clicked everything in this freaking warehouse the first time. Like everything. It's not like I didn't click everything. I clicked everything.
I was just thinking out loud. Let's get going. Date, your temperature is dropping. At this rate, they might find your body in here.
This makes no sense, man. I clicked every single thing in here the first time. Unless I had to double click it. This game sometimes don't make any sense, man. I'm gonna have to get through all of this nonsense. Let me see what time is this. Got 15 minutes. It's been 4 hours I'm on this. I'm gonna end it in the last 15 minutes, man. I'm not even gonna waste my time with this last section right here.
You need more info on Ren?
Nope, I'm definitely not gonna waste my time with this section here. I don't need to see no dude in no dress. I don't have any. I'm not interested in what you're doing in your life. or selling alcohol or having some guy in the background of him being a martyr or any of that crazy stuff. Okay, I do have questions for you, but I'm going to skip past your questions because I'm not interested in your questions. You have no relevance to do with Renji unless you tell me something good about Renji.
You know about Renju and the Kumakura gang, right?
Yeah, I know. I heard it from his own mouth right here.
Do they have anything to do with the talent scandal at Lemniscate?
Maybe now they do, since Renju is the president of Lemniscate. But even before that, Renju and the Kumakuras go way back. All the way back to high school.
Hey, Date. Have you ever seen a dead body?
This is the first time. This is the first time I'm hearing Date.
But I assume you aren't handing out traffic tickets.
This is the first time we're hearing Renju talk. The very first time. Usually we see him in cutscenes of things that has to do with showing his image. But this is the first time we're actually hearing him talk to Date. And now he's talking about dead bodies and stuff.
So, how about it?
What about you?
Me? Well, yeah. Not just one. Countless bodies. When I was in high school, I had a pretty crazy job. You know the Kumakura gang? I was hooked up to one of their phone fraud scams. I just had to go collect the money from drop points and give it to the Kumakuras. It was an easy job. Eventually, I became friends with the higher-ups. They started taking me with them on jobs.
What jobs?
The target was always an elderly person from the country with no family. Elderly folk who owned a lot of land, you know? They live every day in loneliness and desperation. You just have to be nice to them. That's all it takes. Guys would get to know the old people and they would set up an adoption process. After that, you just have to get them really drunk. Throw them in the tub full of hot water. And they pass. Just like that. Heart attack, brain hemorrhage, or they simply go to sleep and drown. The police almost never investigated. It always looked natural, like they died of old age. So the adopted gang members would inherit the land. Then we sell it and make massive profits. I watched a lot of people get killed like that. And I've seen journalists get killed for getting too close to the truth. So I... Why am I telling you all this? Are you going to arrest me?
You didn't do it yourself, right?
No, I was always the lookout. But still...
I don't care about Renji's sob story. None of this has to do with Shogu being killed. This is what I call fluff. Sugar-coated topping stuff. There are always going to be people like this in the world. Try to color or blind you from your path. In anything you do, whether it's something simply like making a cake or taking a driving test, there's going to be people that just get in your way so that you can't accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. That's what this game is doing, putting all these people in your way. If he got involved with the Yakuza, that's his own damn fault.
Oh, Falco?
You know him?
I know him as a famous assassin in the underworld. Just rumors, though. Nothing specific.
What kind of rumors?
He's good. 100% success rate. No evidence. He was a world-class killer.
Did you ever meet him?
Nope. I don't even know what he looks like.
Any other info?
I know he's connected to the Kumakuras somehow.
Them again.
Well, that's about it. I don't have anything else for you. Sorry I'm not much help.
No, don't worry about it.
Can you come back again tonight? There's a regular here who is good friends with Ren. They should be here tonight. If you ask him, he might have some information for you.
Tonight?
Yes. I'll be waiting for you.
Yeah, I don't trust anything that guy says. He knows about the guy who's the assassin. He knows about Kamakura gang. Word gets around a lot in his bar, so on and so forth. Yeah, I don't trust a guy who knows too much about stuff like that. So I'm ending it off after this one.
I am so aggro right now.
Who says that?
Why are you angry?
You backed out on your Shovel Forge promise.
I didn't make any promises.
You promised me a date, though.
I did go to your house.
2 minutes before midnight, and you didn't even take me anywhere.
Yeah, because we only had 2 minutes.
We could have gone somewhere. Eater up.
Absolutely not.
Then you should have come earlier.
Well, I know you were mad about our date, but why was your phone off? I couldn't get a hold of you. Last night around 2 a.m., someone visited you. Who was it? And you left the house as well. Where did you go?
You really want to know?
Yes.
And you'd do anything for the answer.
Yes.
All right then, Shovel Forge.
No.
Then go on a date with me.
Again, no.
But you owe me for yesterday.
I told you I couldn't get a hold of you.
Objection. Even if you did get a hold of me, you didn't want to see me anyway, right? Until you fulfill your promise, I won't tell you anything. Off?
Yeah, from school.
Oh, yeah, it's a holiday. So I decided to come to Lemniscape. We're going to do a recording for a show soon. What about him? A traffic accident? I'm worried.
Any idea where he could have gone?
I'm sorry, no. I've seen him on TV.
Ever met him?
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Iris, promise you won't laugh. I saw something at the cold storage warehouse last night.
What?
Your dead body. I told you not to laugh.
But, come on, Date. I'm alive. I'm right here. Look, I can jump around. Woohoo!
Stop, I'm serious. In my dream, I saved you from being killed. And here you are. Which is why I was like that when I went to your house yesterday. I'm sorry. There's no point in telling you all this.
No, it's fine. sorry for laughing. I just didn't know what was up with you.
Huh?
I believe you, Date. Maybe you were in a parallel world or something.
Another bizarre explanation.
So, what are we doing?
What do you mean?
For our date, of course.
Iris, you're too young for me. I can't be seen with you.
What?
Hey, what are you doing?
Everybody! This awful man! He...
Fine. I'll do whatever you want.
Really?
Yes.
Shovel Forge?
I will not.
So we'll go on a date then.
Yes.
Yay! It's a deal.
Damn it.
And you have to honor our agreement this time.
She really is a witch.
Oh, but we can't go right away. I have a recording coming up. I should be done by 3, though. Tessa, we're starting soon. Got it! So, Date, meet me back here at 3? If you ditch me, I will be beyond furious. Anyway, bye for now. Peace!
This dude...
There is no point remaining here.
This dude is a weirdo, man. He prefer to go on a date with someone much younger than himself than to actually play a video game. Yeah. That's beyond weird. Like, if you know that someone's like way below your age level, you would choose going on a date with them because that's more rational than playing a game that seems too kiddish. I don't know. There's some dudes that adults that are like that, incompetent in their minds, do irrational things. That doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, I'm an adult. I don't play with toys anymore. I don't play games anymore. But like, yeah, but you'll do shit that will get you in trouble with the law, or just because the person is above the age of 18, or close to being above the age of 18, or above the age of 18. Your ass is still like what? 20 years older than them? 15 years older than them? I guess 15 years is still considered okay, but Date is like 30 something and she's like 18 or something like that. So it's like he's pushing 40, man. Like, what the hell? 20, 30, he's like almost 20 years, more than 15 years older. Like, oh man, like whatever, man. Dude's like almost like her father level, but whatever, it's just a game.
Let's get moving.
Yeah, but I'll end it off here right now. Like, everything I've learned in this game so far is completely dumb. I have learned nothing since I picked up this game and played it for the past 4 hours, other than what I knew from the very beginning when I first picked it up. My 4 suspects are still my 4 suspects, and the only thing new in the game is that a guy named So Shijima is now present in the game now, and another guy named Prisoner 89 is present. That's all that's new in the game. A guy named So Shijima and a guy named assassin named Prisoner 89, and they're somewhat associated with what happens, not with Sho dying, with something that has to do with Renji and Renji's past. So that's about the only link So and the assassin have in common. In some ways, they're somewhat linked towards Renji from the past. That one and that one only thing that I've discovered. Nothing else is relevant. Not the whole Psy thing of memory folding and God complex. I already knew about that stuff before. before I even played the game, and knew about that even when I was playing the first episode of the game, when I first started the game, and about possibly Aset / I don't know, Iris, if you want to call her Aset, not actually being dead as a front and a sugarcoat topping. So I kind of knew that from the beginning. So the whole point of me spending the past 4 hours playing this game was just to learn that So Shijima, who's not the killer, and Prisoner 89, who's not the killer, are now involved. So I'm not even closer to the actual killer than I was when I originally played yesterday. So I've learned nothing other than 2 useless characters are simply there for sugarcoat topping. Great. So far the game didn't go up, it actually went down a little. So it's still at a 6 now. Actually I had it high up. I started this game off from a 7. I had this game at a 7 when I first started off. That was my mindset. This game was a 7. But then I dropped it to 6 after I started to see a lot of stupid stuff. And I'm not going to even get into the whole autopsy nonsense. Like that whole thing of him imagining interrogating So. I'm not going to even get into that. So, yeah. If that was fictitious and that was simply placed inside of the game just to mess with your head. It has no relevance towards the case whatsoever, other than him just thinking it up and creating his own scenarios of what he believed was actually happening, but it didn't happen. So nothing was solved. I'm basically calling this episode the waste of time episode. That's what I call this episode, the waste of time episode. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. So I'm calling it a day for now. Tomorrow is Monday. Am I playing this tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna be playing this tomorrow. This and Tekken. Actually, no. I'm not playing this tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm playing Tekken and Warframe. Yeah. I'm gonna put this off for Tuesday. I don't have time for this. Tekken and... You know what? If I don't play Tekken tomorrow, I'll continue this tomorrow. Because this is more... At least this is more interesting than Tekken. At least. Just a little bit more interesting than Tekken. Not that much. Like, Tekken as a fighting game, that I put that in like 7, 8 territory. This will be in the 7 territory. So I say this is alongside Tekken, but now that I think about it, at least in Tekken gives me the interest of fighting and doing combinations and the badassery, where this is trying to do the mystery, but it get only half of it done right and the other half wrong. So it fell off at least 1 point from where Tekken would just keep going forward. Tekken has a few faults, but it's its own genre and its own thing, and it's able to keep me satisfied with fighting. This keeps me satisfied to a certain degree in the mystery, but at the same time it falls off hard sometimes, to the point you start questioning why you're even playing the game. Yeah, so yeah, I would say this is a solid 6 game. It would have to really get back up to 7. Something has to be done. So tomorrow I'll continue. So I'll definitely continue tomorrow. I won't play Tekken tomorrow. I want to see where this silly story is going. Why it's throwing me all these useless people. So it's fun with regards to it actually doing all this stupid nonsense to try to fool me and to try to make me change my mind, because that's what the people who made the game are trying to do. But at the same time, they're actually ruining themselves by putting the obvious in front of you. I don't know what they were thinking when they were doing this, but they weren't thinking Sherlock Holmes style, that's for sure. So I'll call it a day and see, maybe the game gets better tomorrow. It should get better tomorrow, because today was simply the illusion day. The not actually being dead Aset day. So yeah, alright, I'm done for today.